Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Sorry for the minute or two delay there. I was so funny. I was waiting for a message, and sure enough, it came right as I sat back down to start up the stream. It was an email I've been waiting for. So I hope everyone's having an awesome day. Hope you all had a great weekend. I did. I did have a good, mostly relaxing weekend. Did get to work on some Lego Saturday evening. Did that on stream also, which allowed us to use the Twitch bot we've been working on. Definitely found a couple issues. One of which I've already resolved. I'll talk about that here in a minute. A couple others, quick things we can resolve. And we're gonna keep on working on it because I've kind of gotten the idea. This Twitch bot, I'm gonna pretty much have it take over what I do for Twitch as far as what I do in the background, because I can do some stuff with the screens that that using something like Stream Elements and stuff can't do. Although I still want to use Stream Elements for like my layout. But like I'm gonna do some other stuff with my own custom bot. So yeah, and then they had a good day at work. Kind of finished up first part of a prototype I've been working on, and then spent the day writing naming standards, because that's always fun. But actually, it was something that was needed. Actually, I tell you the interesting part. It was naming standards for Azure resources. And what I thought was interesting is I was going through some documentation, Microsoft documentation. But they are opening up a whole lot of regions. Actually, that's one of the news stories I've got. But they really are opening up a ton of regions. Oh, okay. Jack, I didn't see your message. Apparently, my stream chat is going to be slow again. So I'll need to pay attention to the window over here. I don't know why. There we go. Now we're getting... Maybe now I can get... sometimes, I don't know, the last couple days, OBS has been delayed and or not letting me type in chat. Like I can't type in chat right now through OBS. Probably need to reset the streamer. I'm not sure, because actually I just changed the profiles. But at any rate, all right. Good evening, Jack. Good evening, Ryan. Good to see you again. And good evening, McNerdius. McNerdius, we missed you Friday night. We didn't have you here. So, all right. Let's move over to our news. Got a couple things, not that one. All right, it is Monday, so I'll start off with upcoming speaking engagements and user groups and so forth. Now, hold on a second. I just realized I forgot to do something over here. Okay. There we go. So next up for me as far as speaking, but next week, that is next week, right? I think it's, a week from tomorrow. Or you have 1900 points. Won't miss, you missed the first one. All right, now McNarius is going to get into the game. Might have to make Hydrate a higher point value. But, hold on a second. I do need to see. I'm not getting a different email. I do need to see this. Okay. Chug. Yeah. Well, I gotta admit, I have been drinking a ton of water today. Here's the thing. So today I was actually at the office, downtown at the office, and something about being at the office, I just seem to drink a lot more bottles of water. I don't know what it is. Because I drank, what did I drink? 5 or 6 bottles of water, plus I had 2 teas, right? 2 hot teas. Plus, I had a glass of chocolate milk before leaving the house, and this morning, and then midway through this water. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so sure enough, December 15th, next Tuesday, I will be speaking at the Dallas and Austin Azure meetup, and I'll be talking about event-driven architecture. So I'm looking forward to this talk. Y'all, those who watch regularly saw the code, right? That we'll be showing off because we built it here. Does that actually take you to? That takes you a 404. That's interesting. Well, we probably need to fix that. Link on there. Oh, yeah, it shows up there. Well, that's weird. But it's going to be recorded, so that's a great thing. You're not British, so you can't drink tea? Well, I don't like coffee. All right, I like tea over coffee. And I need some variation throughout the day, right? I mean, basically what I said was I drink a lot of liquid today, and I got to have some variation. So sure enough, at any rate, this is coming up here. I'll send this link over here. Oops. Now it's gonna let me type in the chat. Maybe OBS just needs a moment to wake up. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to this. Now, some other meetups coming up, and I will say this: I like the talk I'm doing, but honestly, this is I do recommend people do this one. A look ahead for programmers 2021. This is I don't know if Kobashan's with us yet, but this is his user group. It's the same night, same time. This is going to be Richard Campbell talking about what he sees coming up for next year, and I wish I could be attending that. Right, I will definitely be watching the recording. And assuming, because Tulsa, just like Louisville, they do after event stuff. Assuming they're still on when I it's the first time it's given that talk. Yeah, actually I need to talk to Richard because I'm restarting another group because two groups. Well, I'm not. Yeah, two active groups is not enough for me apparently. And I want Richard to do something with that. I need to talk to him about that. But at any rate, yeah, I would definitely recommend attending this event. This should be a really great event. I mean, talk about someone who really, really has his finger on the pulse of the software industry. You really can't beat Richard Campbell for that. All right, and then also next week, next Thursday, will be the Blazor Architecture Patterns talk at Louisville.net meetup. This will be Jeremy Palmero, who's a really good speaker, really smart architect, .net. So definitely would recommend you attend this. This should be a really great talk. Here's the link to the meetup page. This will be streamed here on TaleLearnCode, so you'll see TaleLearnCode light up, just like a normal night. Other than it'll just be the user group. Now, I'll say this: I recommend you attend the Zoom meeting, especially if you want to hang out afterwards, because we do stop the Twitch stream. So once the presentation itself is done, and then we go into the social period of it, right? We turn off we disconnect from Twitch, and allows people to be a little more open, right? Because this way they're only sharing across 10 to 30 people instead of however many extra. Not usually that many more. So so definitely some good stuff coming up. All right, a couple of news articles I got here, and I'm gonna go through these quickly. So I gotta say, I am really pumped up about this project I'm working right now, which is so funny because again, for months I've been saying, since I started streaming, I was like, I'm not gonna do a Twitch bot because that's like what everyone else does. And look, I'm really excited about doing a Twitch bot. So it's the 25th anniversary of JavaScript. It's so funny, or I'm so old that I still feel as JavaScript's like that new language, right? I mean, sure enough, the language that I work on a daily basis is actually newer than JavaScript. But to me, JavaScript's that new language, right? That new thing, right? Yeah, it's 2.5 decades old. There's actually a decent article here in the Register talking about it. I did like Douglas Crawford's quotes here. Of course, so Douglas Crawford, he's the one who, actually it's funny. Yeah, they say developer and author. They forget to mention the book he wrote, which is JavaScript: A Good Parts, which is actually a really good book about JavaScript. And JSON, the little thing out there. He's basically who came up with the idea of JSON. Now, he'll tell you he discovered it. He didn't come up with it himself, but JavaScript cobbling together of functions and malleable objects was brilliant, he said. It was also heaped on top of a big load of crap, which increases each year with every revision of the ECMA standard. Which, if you ever followed Douglas Crawford for more than 5 minutes, that's just. He's become a crotchety old man, and he is definitely an older gentleman. But hey, definitely something that's been around long. Actually, I thought it was interesting. This article went into, it was saying how, I don't know, who was this Vinegar? I think, who was this guy? Vinegar was VP of Engineering. Okay, so some guy who does, who's big in JavaScript, right? Okay, I was trying to figure out who this guy was. But he basically says, JavaScript is never going to die. Look at everything we do. And he says, like TypeScript will never, basically is skeptical that TypeScript could supplant JavaScript. I don't know. Never say never is one of my thoughts there, right? But then there's talk about WebAssembly. And kind of near the end, they say, of course, this is Eek, who's one of the guys who created JavaScript. Always bet on JavaScript. When it comes to assembly, always bet on JavaScript engines where WASMA runs, right? Yeah. So we got that. All right, next up we got here. So the .NET Core libraries, for lack of a better word, they're going to start being part of Microsoft Update. I got to admit, I'm a little bit hesitant on this one, although it's probably fine, right? But I'm a little bit hesitant because I saw all the rigmarole we went through when Windows, 10 years ago, we were having to deal with Windows updates, getting .NET Framework updates. Now, grant you, those were significant. The way how .NET Core works, you can have the side-by-side installs. So I'm less concerned about it, but I'm still concerned. But yeah, so now now this will be part of the update process, right? Now notice it's gonna be part of Microsoft Update, not Windows Update. And if you didn't realize, it's actually two separate things. They use the same protocols and everything, but there is Windows Update is Windows, but like for example, Office, right? I was gonna say SQL Server, but I don't think SQL Server does Microsoft Update, but that's Microsoft Update. There's some other tools, but I also look at it this way. It's not like they do Visual Studio through Microsoft Update, right? So I don't know. I'm a little bit wait and see in this, right? See how well this works. See if it doesn't screw us over. Yeah, you see a lot of breaking stuff. Well, and again, now like I said, .NET Core, the whole thing, well, I guess the big thing, self-contained deployment models, right? Again, I do mostly web development. Not mostly, I do web development, so maybe I don't have to really worry about it. But yeah, well, no, I wouldn't say that. Because I've seen issues. I've seen issues like when on the Azure web services, app services. That's what I'm trying to come up with. You do bug development. Well, that's how I feel sometimes too. Or I just do standards development. I don't write code. I just tell you how to write the code. or in today's, what I was doing today was how to name things. But yeah, so we'll have to see. All right, the last one I've got here. So Microsoft announces its first Azure data region in Denmark. Now, like I said, I saw this earlier today. And actually I saw this because I was on, here, I'll give a shout out. Channel was on earlier today. So I was watching Freestyle Coder, Chris Gardner, a good friend of mine down in Alabama. He does his streams. He streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 1 p.m. Central. And you know, Scott actually showed up on his channel, right? And you know, and there were some conversations going on in the chat, and Scott was kind of like, "Oh, I'm just chilling out," and you know, Freestyle Coder was like, "Oh, I hope you know, chilling out." I forgot exactly what he said, but I was like, well, probably because he can't go anywhere. Because I heard this morning how Denmark went through some new restrictions, and when I was looking it up, I see this news that, you know, Microsoft opened its first data center region, right? And that's the important part of the region. And it's actually some really interesting parts about this, right? Yeah, after announcing new regions in Austria and Taiwan in October, you know, a new region in Denmark. So pretty uncool. But you know, I mean, along with this, actually, here's the official news story. But you know, I was looking this up. Turn that down just a little bit. Azure regions. Let's see here. Let me find that article that. Yeah, here we go. This is the one I want. You know, I was looking at this, and this map isn't really doing it justice anymore because they're opening so many, right? Because like I said, I was looking through all this. You know, I mean, look at all these geographies. I mean, it used to be geographies were, you know, North America. Well, the United States was always separate, right? And government was always separate. But then it was like, you know, Europe, and it was like, you know, Asia Pacific, right? Yeah, that was kind of like the regions, right? South America, I think. Well, no, even South America, I think they stuck in the North America one. There was just the one in Brazil. I mean, look, I mean, they've broken it down even more. And you know, I mean, Israel, India. Well, I knew about India. Qatar. I always forget how you pronounce that. Yeah, I mean, you know, just amazing to see all these data centers being opened. You know, it's pretty darn cool what they're doing here. All right, one thing I need to do here real quick. I just realized I had a notepad open to do this, and I didn't pay attention to what I was doing. Let me just grab these links real quick, because when I ever publish VODs on YouTube, which I'm way behind on doing, I like putting these on here. Of course, like I said, I'm so far behind that by the time I get them on there, they're going to be outdated. All right, what is today? Today is the 7th. All right, so one other thing, and this isn't really a news article, but one of the things I'm gonna try today, and we'll see how well this works. I wanted to look at a new font. More part, I've been wanting to play with fonts that have, you know, have the ligatures, right? So the whole idea of, you know, when you do like a not equals, it gives you, you know, a cleaner sign for that, right? You know, so like for example, you know, you see in here, you know, like here they're showing. So I'm trying out the JetBrains Mono, right? So like, you know, you can see the double equals comes like that. You see the, you know, the lambda. What is this? Let's take a look at what Magnarius is. There's another one. I don't know if I like that one. Looks a little bit too narrow for me. Cascadia code, yeah. I say, so take a look at this one also. I mean, so I was doing a little bit of looking while I was eating my lunch today. I haven't had a chance to try it. I did install it right before we started the stream. I might pull these off to, depending on what I think about the one we're using. So, but I want to bring this up because things, there's a wider option. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I'll take a look at those. So I bring this up just because, especially if you've been following me, right? Especially, for the newer folks that have been following me, we might see something a little bit different, right? And if it doesn't really work, then I can always go back, right? It's easy enough to switch over. All right. So let's actually don't have the project open up. Let me get this project open up here. All right, let's see here. All right. So sure enough, Saturday night I streamed, did a couple hour stream Saturday night. Yeah, see, it definitely looks different to me. Like I said, I've got to get used to this, but I also am liking it, right? It's the idea of this is, they did a lot of work on the spacing and everything. I don't know if I have. Yeah, I don't have. But in theory, I could do something like, but you can see like the equals there. If 100 doesn't equal 200, right? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we think about it. Uh-oh. No good with goofy internet. I tell you, I was surprised. I don't know what they're doing in my neighborhood, but they've been digging in. They've been putting in some type of wires and so forth. All right, Jack's gonna make sure I stay well lubricated today. Of course, it's just water, so well hydrated, I guess. So yeah. All right. So sure enough, Saturday I streamed on the Bricks with Chad channel. Actually, I've been having a lot of fun. We've been building the Taj Mahal. Probably one more stream to finish that. Kind of looking forward to Sean, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. But so I used the bot, and it worked mostly. There were a couple things that didn't work, and a couple things that I want to make better. Here we can just take this notepad here. All right, so a couple of things. Number one that was breaking was I was getting an error, and actually I could show that pretty easy. So that I actually did already fix this method. So originally store label. So this is, here, let's go over, let's look at the VOD here real quick, just get an idea. And I mean, sure enough, I'm still working on the way how this all looks. And so forth. But to kind of ignore some of the looks. I mean, number one, notice it looks very similar to TaleLearnCode. Although the email I was talking about that I got right before, right as the stream was starting, that was actually from an artist. Because I'm working on a really complete look for Bricks with Code, or Bricks with Chad. But so you can start seeing stuff, right? You see, we've got the project stats showing up here. It's got the timer working, and the bricks were, the brick drops are working now. The way how these numbers work. Now, number one, I already tell you one other thing we're about to fix here. The timer format's wrong, right? The minutes, it's just a single digit minute. And, you know, obviously, I think once we got to double digits, yeah, it turned fine once we're in double digits. You know, once we, you know, yeah, see, that's obviously really weird, right? So we need to fix that. I haven't looked at that code yet, but the way how these all work is bricks the code. Well, you can definitely do some was it Mindstorm? Is that what does Lego call that thing? There is a coding stuff. Yeah, Mindstorms. Interesting. That could be a channel for that. But at any rate, the way how this works is the bot is actually just writing to a text file. It's just constantly writing to text file. And then OBS is reading that text file. Well, so guess what the problem we were having? Every once in a while, there was a conflict where I think where we were writing to the text file at the same time OBS was trying to read it. And so that, you know, so I was getting an exception that I forgot the exact exception. But I was getting an exception for that. Actually, sure enough, in my next stream, I want to look at exactly what the message, what I was getting. I really should have captured that differently, because right now I'm just ignoring any, you know, I'm basically saying any exception, just print it out to the console window and go on, right? Really do want to do something more, right? Because I mean, obviously, if it is just a conflict, you know, a read-write conflict, sure enough, we can go on to the next, right? Because I can, well, with the timer. Thing is with like the brick counters, there's a little bit of a problem there, because obviously it won't be updated until the next time that I drop a brick or have a oof or what have you, right? But anyway, we've got that fixed. So other things I want to get fixed in here. And this is kind of my to-do list tonight. Hopefully we get to more than this, but so one is the timer format. Like I said, I gotta look at that again. I thought I copied it right from Microsoft documentation, because it's actually a timestamp, and the string format's a little bit different on those. So we need to look at that. The other thing I had, and luckily this happened pretty late into the stream, but disconnections, right? So the Twitch bot actually disconnected from the Twitch API. And basically that was it, right? It didn't do anything else. I could, if I noticed, well, I did notice, I could have fixed it. I could have just restarted the bot, right? Except for, well, no, problem with restarting the bot is it actually resets the number of bricks dropped during the stream. Which one, we could probably fix that better. But you know, I think what we could do is, you know, I mean, we can detect when there's a disconnect. Pete, I think you're right. Like I say, it might be something really simple. I just haven't gone to go look at it yet, but it's definitely not right at the moment, as you saw. Because it's what it should be, and I'm surprised I didn't type that in. Like I said, we'll be looking. Well, I put it first because that should be a 2-second fix, right? And so this disconnections should also be a really quick fix. All right. The next thing I want to work on tonight is the config, right? So if anyone's been watching knows, what I do for demo code and that type of stuff is I just create a settings class that I then ignore, although sometimes I forget to ignore it, you know, so I ignore, you know, so it doesn't go into Git. But you know, it's really not the best thing in the world to do. And you know, I want to do config a little bit better, right? And basically take the concept that the drop count starts at 10. No, the drop count doesn't start at 10. And I will say, talking to the artist, I'm also working on some, you know, some cool animations that will happen when bricks drop and all that kind of stuff. But So yeah, so I want to do that, which is also will be a good lesson, you know, of how you could do this, right? Because basically we're going to take what ASP.NET does, and you know we're gonna basically use that to do in a console app, right? And then the other major thing I want to do, yes, I'm going to do JSON, not YAML. I cannot stand YAML. Anything I gotta type in the right number of spaces is a problem. No, we're gonna be using JSON. Although sure enough, the technique we're using, I believe you could do YAML with it, but I've never tried. And then the last thing for sure I want to get working on tonight, and hopefully we get to more than this. I want to move things to a class library, right? So, so sure enough, you see things. Oh, I should have made this bigger. You see my solutions here, right? And right now it's just all on a console. You know, and I really want to build out a class, right? Because here's what I'm kind of thinking about, right? I think what we're gonna, you know, well, so I was looking up something. Hold on, let me look at some other notes here. Like I said, I've been taking some notes of like the structures of things within TwitchLib and everything. There was something here. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. It's interesting, the on being hosted. All right, so basically when someone hosts your channel, all right, that only will fire if you're connected as the broadcaster. And that is something I want, right? Because you know, we could do an alert with it. Although I probably won't do an alert for hosting, right? Because hosting doesn't necessarily give you a viewer right away. I mean, it depends on the channel, right? I mean, I guess if like the Microsoft channel, you know, Microsoft developer, I guess if it hosts you, you know, you probably get viewers right away. But, you know, in our world, right now, not you know, in the gamer world, I mean, there are these Twitch channels that, you know, are people chatting on chat 24 hours a day, right? But I do want to track this. I mean, I want to do some analytics tracking. Hopefully I say the word correctly. So that's definitely something, you know, to consider, right? So what I'm thinking is, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a Twitch commander, right? Because that's what I've been calling this thing. But then I think we're gonna have, you know, a TaleLearnCode. Yeah, we're just gonna do TLC, Twitch commander. Boy, I can't type. This should be fun. And then BWC Twitch commander, right? And in these, so because like for example, oh, I should say something else. You know, kind of also in the middle, and where I hope to, you know, probably right after moving to class library, I want to make the commands, make commands more generic. Right. So like, for example, you know, if we look at, you know, where is it? We worked on, I know on Friday we worked on, what's weird? I could have sworn Friday we worked on this shout out command. Maybe I dreamt that. Let's see here. On command received. I guess okay, I thought I did that. Well, at any rate, I want to make these commands more generic, all right? There's how, of course, swore we. Yeah, just really confused here. Well, it would have to be in here though, but that's the weird part. I don't know why all of a sudden my search is going full screen. Maybe if we just pull it out. Yeah, it's definitely not in here. You know, oh wait, let's do a check here because I was, you know what it might be? Let me go to the main, because I noticed. Now, hold on. Let me just undo. There's no real changes in here. All right, now we're in main. Let's see if it's in here. So I gotta move I've got bottles in my way. No, I could have swore we worked on this. Bots. That's what I'm looking for. Well, that's weird. It is possible. It's possible. I wiped it out. I was fooling around because I noticed over the weekend. I noticed that it was working against main instead of develop, and so I was actually, merging back into develop. Maybe I accidentally overrode it. At any rate, what we did. I know I did this Friday. This is actually good. Hold on a second. This is actually driving me crazy for a second here. Video producer. I'm just really curious right now. Is this Fridays? I didn't look at the date. Yeah. Because I noticed I forgot to. Not what I want to do. Watch, that's what I'm trying to do. Hold on just a second. This is just driving me crazy. Yeah, look. Shout out. I know I was working on a shout out. Here's where I'm typing it in. I must have accidentally overwrote it. Oh well. Luckily I'm the only one. That was my twin building. Yes, building Lego. Exactly. Oof. And we don't have an oof counter here. Look, do I have a backup? No. Not unless somehow it's sitting in GitHub. But I bet you that's wrong project. Actually, probably need to kill that project for that repository. Because I kind of just wrapped everything in this. Yeah. There's main. There's dev. Yep. I accidentally wiped it. Oh well. It's not really a big deal. But the point is, at the rate where we're going, every command I want to implement, I was going to have to, write code for that, right? And I want to make these more generic. I mean, similar, like I was looking at like how stream elements and let's see here. Like how stream elements and Streamlabs does it, right? Whoops. If I go into where is it? No, it got minimize. If I look at the chat commands, so we see this, right? It's a very generic thing, right? It's not, and I basically want to do this, right? So that I can make these much more concise, right? And have a better in this way I can have a listing of commands and so forth. So these three are or these four things I definitely want to get done tonight. Hopefully we can start working on this, all right? And that will lead to this for example, I can make a generic counter, right? And that's great. The difference is, like with the Bricks with Chad, I actually have two counters working together, or not counters. Yeah, counters. I have two counters working together with each other, right? Because I have oofs and I have whatchamacallit? I have brick drop bricks, right? Working together, right? Because they print them same time. And actually technically also, a timer, right? So there's definitely gonna be some, there can be some customization, right? But that's my whole point, is we can write a Twitch commander, that, generic, right? And then we can write something additional. And And sure enough, I mean, like I said, I really began in this project. You saw I've got, you know, I was writing a bunch of notes, which really is just copying and pasting, but this was kind of helped me really read through what all TwitchLab has. And I mean, I've got, you know, pages, you know, of notes of just things I want to do, all right, with this thing. And this is only the tip. I mean, these are 4 pages of notes. This is just the tip. It's like I don't have any of the stuff I want to do about analytics in here. So all right, let's look at this timer format first. Let's see if we can fix that. All right, I want to make sure I'm in the right branch. Like I say, all last week I was in the wrong branch. Since I'm the only developer on this so far, that's okay, but still not good. So this should be in no, it's going to be in Lego stats. This should be right here, project timer. Well, sure enough, there's where the problem is. All right, that was a simple enough fix. I mean, just talk about just not noticing that I didn't. I always type double M's. All right, I always want. You know, that's just weird. All right, well there we go. There you got that fixed. That was easy enough fix. So. All right, there's oh goodness, McNurious is having all kinds of problems. Good luck, McNurious. All right, so next I'm gonna look at the disconnections. All right, so handling, and I'm not gonna check that. Well, but let's go ahead and check that in just in case. Corrected the formatting of the bricks with Chad project timer. Okay. There we go. So, oops. All right. What I'm gonna look at next is disconnect. So, if we just get disconnected in the middle of the stream, right, for some reason or another, right? Now, sure enough, we've got this disconnect method. But what, oh, I thought okay. Oh, there it is. I am using the one. Let's move this method up here. But keep all my vets together. So I've got the on disconnected method. And you even see I say bot disconnected. All right. But so what I should do here. Let's have a boolean here. We'll call this stay connected. All right. And then what we're going to do is when we connect, we're going to set stay connected to true. All right. And then here, stay connected equals false. All right. So this is when I actually call the disconnect, when I want to disconnect from the Twitch service, right? In other words, I'm getting ready to close the application. And then, so we still want to do this piece, right? But what we're going to do here is we're going to have, we're going to say if stay connected. Then we're just going to do, I guess we're just going to call connect. Kind of curious what happens when you do that. It's like, I'm not really reinitializing it. What does this do? I'm trying to think what else, I mean, any ramifications with this. I'm going to set the bot timer. This would kind of screw that up a little bit. So we can, okay. Well, you know, Pete, you make a good point. Yeah, because you know what, I definitely don't want to do well. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's create an internal void reconnect, right? Of course, I'm going to do that. Yeah, just like that. And then, well, really, if I'm doing this, I don't need, because I guess really all I need to do is reconnect to Twitch client. Maybe it's a lot simpler than I'm making it out to be. So if stay connected, you know, we'll just call connect, right? And
thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Panzer7. Thank you for following. I do appreciate that. I was just looking, so we're up to 534 followers, right? We're, you know, making our way up. And last week we celebrated 500. Keep on moving up. Definitely appreciate that. I will say, one of the
thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Raymond Dongo. Thank you for following. I was gonna say, you know, one of the things I definitely want to do, and road to 1,000. Yeah. Well, we'll definitely. Awesome, Panther. Sure enough, I mean, you know, definitely feel free to ask any questions you've got. May I turn on the anime flag on purpose? Should be on at least. Yeah. And you know, that's part of the reason why I stream. I mean, I'm also kind of I mean, actually, right now I'm working on a project for streaming, right? But yeah, I'm generally working on things just to work on it, right? And that's kind of why I'm doing this. So, you know, talking about followers, though, you know, like last week, twice we got hit by, you know, by follow bots, right? Which, of course, then just really screwed up my alerts, right? You know, nothing like having the radio voice guy saying thank you for following, you know, 13,000 times, right? And I mean, we turned it off, obviously, but you know, it's one of the things I want to do with this. I want to put some logic in here, and when we get to that point, and say, hey, you know, I don't know, if more than 10 followers in 10 seconds, I don't know, something, you know, something like that. You know, we'll stop doing the alerts, right? And have a cooldown period type thing. So, some of the reasons why I want to do, you know, this custom bot. So, all right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually going to, I'm gonna say stay connected equals false. All right. Because if this disconnects immediately.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Oh, hey, yeah, Plim. Definitely, really appreciate that. Well, we're gonna be a follower night. All right, actually, I don't know if I need to worry about this. I was trying to think of, you know, what if we get disconnected right away? I don't know if it's that fast. Well, just in case it is that fast, I really kind of doubt that this would ever happen this fast. All right. I mean, this just seems like if there's an immediate disconnect. Yeah, I mean, because here's what I'm thinking, right? Is if it is disconnected right away, right? Then there's probably a problem, right? And I probably need to do something. All right, well, I'm gonna think a little more about that. I am gonna do. Let's actually, we'll just reverse these colors. So we'll say white on red, right? And we're going to say attempting to reconnect. Yeah, so Pete, that's what I'm thinking about. All right. Yeah, because I think what we're going to do, so we're not going to set it true right here. But sure enough, Pete, that's exactly what I was thinking about. And I have it, so it happens to be, we have a timer, all right? So let's do this. Let's, so the timer, I'm trying, I got to remember what my timer's doing. Yeah, it's just going to have a timer total. So let's have another variable in here. We'll call this, this will be an int, and we'll call this, reconnect start. Just reconnect start. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is, so basically what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna give it, I really don't know how long to give this. I was thinking 5 seconds, I was thinking 30 seconds. It is so the idea is that those are, they're module level, right? So it kind of it shows you the difference between a module level, right? So it's at the class level instead of like a, well, I don't think I have any in this. It just has to be in this class. I don't have anything. Oh yeah, I do. I should have in command receive. Well, I don't have anything here, but basically, no underscore means it's to the method. Underscore means that it's for the module. I gotta admit, for the longest time I didn't use that. It is something you see, not all the time, but you do see. Let's see. At this point, you think, yeah, all right. So Pete, you're saying, I think you should go for a whole method, or series of methods. Yeah, so yeah, sure enough, Pete, that is a normal thing also. I normally don't do but honestly, it's pretty rare that I do backing fields, right? Not that I never, right? But honestly, most of the stuff I work on, method levels, yeah, method levels have no underscores, yeah. So like I say, it's not something I'm used to, and that's why, like you see, I still have Twitch client and credentials. Don't have it, and I should, right? I should be consistent. All right, so all right, let me get back to this. Let me think this through here real quick. So on disconnect. So if bot time, not here. On disconnected. So if stay connected, and we're gonna say is and what did I just call that variable? Reconnect at start. Actually, this is gonna be a compound. Is greater than 0 and reconnect start. Is less than bot timer total. Whoops. Minus. We'll say 30 seconds. I usually like put another. Okay, so basically what I'm saying here, so if I've got the stay connected flag turned on, right? Which allows me, you know, if I'm disconnecting, if I'm actually disconnecting, we can disconnect, right? If stay connected and we're about to set this reconnect start, but if this reconnect start is greater than 0, not and, hold on a second. It should be reconnect start equals 0, or it's getting kind of convoluted here. So if it's stay connected and either reconnect start is 0, right? So in other words, we haven't tried to redo this, or the reconnect start. I guess here we don't need to do that, which makes this a little bit simpler. The reconnect start is less than total time minus 30 seconds. So in other words, give me, you know, wait 30, you know, don't try. If we get disconnected in 30 seconds, then we're going to, you know, we're just going to error off. All right. I'm gonna have to change it a little bit. All right, so we'll do that. So right here, I'm gonna say reconnect start equals bot timer total. That might be simpler just to reconnect X number of times rather than trying to reconnect in 30 seconds. Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm allow the just reconnect X number of times. Yeah, you know, sure enough, Polly could maybe help out with this. I mean, basically, what I'm trying to avoid is if I can get disconnected right away, I don't want to reconnect, right? I want to say if we get disconnected right away, then we probably got a problem, and that's why even those 30 seconds, and actually, let me make sure that's seconds. And not milliseconds. What am I setting that to? Not this one. Hold on a second. I actually, well, you know what? That probably shouldn't be a variable. It is seconds. Okay. I don't know why that. I probably want to take that out of the variable. Remember, I'm going to do that right now. This should just be 1000. It should be seconds. Well, okay. So, Pete, the reason why I'm trying to do this a little bit more automated. One, right now, this is a console app, right? Which makes it a little bit harder to do that. I mean, it's not impossible. I do eventually. I want to. I started this Friday, but you know I abandoned it. But I'm going to go back to this. Eventually, I want this to be a Windows app. You know, and because it's also going to be doing. I want to do some stuff to be able to control OBS with it, and more importantly, so I can see what it's doing and so forth. Along with, I'm going to have it show like real-time analytics that I wouldn't necessarily be showing everyone else, right? But also, what I'm also thinking about is like, so when I'm when I'm doing the Lego streams, which is what I'm writing this for right now, and I grant you, eventually the Lego streams are my test bed for this. But eventually, I'm going to use this for TaleLearnCode. But when I do Lego streams, I'm actually over on this other table that I'm pointing something you can't see. But I'm on a separate table, and so the computer is over here, and I'm not paying attention to the computer. It probably, I don't know how long it was. It was at least probably 10 minutes. It might have been 10 seconds. I don't know. But point is, I don't necessarily see it on that computer. All right. Now, sure enough, as we get more into some
Thank you
interface
for
stuff.
following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, cheerful. Oh goodness. Hold on a second, folks.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Just a second, folks.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode. 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 Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
We're getting hit by another bot again. Oh my goodness. What I need to do, and I'm gonna do this tomorrow night. I've been talking about in the meantime, like I say, I'm gonna build something in this thing. I'm gonna build something to prevent this. All right. I mean, I can't prevent. Why I could. I guess I could put I don't know. Yeah. Boy, that's just my activity feed is just going insane right now. I guess we'll see how many followers we get this time. Third stream in 4 streams. Anyway. What I do want to do is I'm gonna do this tomorrow night. Oh, did I guess I accidentally cleared my my streaming. That was weird. Anyway. You're betting 15,000. Actually, the last so the first one, I forgot the numbers. I do have the numbers because I want to do some. I'm an analysis type person, right? I've actually got the list from both times of the followers. All right. Because probably what I should do, I should probably open up a ticket with Twitch, and hey, here's the list of people who here's the list of follow bots that I got, right? Probably want to disable these. Now, granted, I don't know how much good that does it. All right. I just realized, no, here it is. All right. There we go. All right. So, I was gonna say, tomorrow night I'll take care of this. After we didn't have it happen Friday night, I thought we were okay. But I'm gonna actually, right now, everything, all my alerts and such are in one overlay within StreamElements. I'm actually gonna move those 2 alerts that I need, the emote stuff and the alert itself, into a separate overlay and a separate browser source, so that I can much easier turn it off. All right. All right. Back to this. We've got this set to 1,000. So we're gonna connect. We're gonna set the timer. We're gonna set this thing. All right, one of the things I'm gonna do, I did have this as a setting, but I took that out. But let's do, let's call this timer interval. Actually, not an int, private const. Whoops, const int timer interval equals 1,000. And that's 1,000 milliseconds or 1 second. And then we're gonna say private const int reconnect cooldown. We'll do 30. It'll be 30 seconds. Now I'm really doing that just to get rid of, not to have magic numbers. There, let's set that there. And set this here. Okay. And then and in here, I'm gonna do, actually, I was gonna say I'm gonna reset this back to 0 after 30 seconds, but I don't really need to do that. It'll just go past, it'll start reconnecting again, you know, if that's a problem. All right, I think this will do it. A little hard to test this one. I mean, well, I guess I could just do a. So let's do this. We'll right here, we're gonna set this to. No, I want to set that to true. Oh, okay. Right here. Let's set this to true. All right. We're gonna change that back. This is just for testing, right? So I'm gonna call that disconnect, right? And I'm gonna see what happens, right? So we should see, you know, we really should see that, you know. All right, and this actually should be easy to test. Let me. Okay. TaleLearn. Oh, it's in the other one. Okay. I'm gonna start this bad boy up. This might need some more work later on, but I just want to at least get something. Because like I say, it was. I actually care about this one, the one that says "Work with Chad," because you know, it was running for a while, or like I don't know how long it was sitting there without it connected Saturday night. All right. So I'm gonna hit enter. That'll do. Oh. Okay. That's gonna end the application. Again, this is just a console app for now. Eventually, we're gonna make this better. Let's do a program, and let's do console readline. So you have to hit, now we'll have to enter twice to get out of this program. Here we go. Look at that does anything interesting. So I'm gonna disconnect. There, it's attempting to reconnect, bot connected. I mean, so it worked, right? And I mean, let's do this one more time. One, I'm confused because it didn't do something I was expecting to do. Foreground color is white. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, okay. Never mind. This should be foreground color. Yeah, I want that to be red. All right, Pete. Hey, thanks for joining along. Thanks for chatting along. Really appreciate that. hopefully, hopefully you get to come back later on, or I mean, not necessarily later in the night, but well, you do get to come back on later in the night. Well, thanks for joining. I really do appreciate that. All right. I'm sorry. I almost forgot I was followed by. I'm like, what's going on with my I just see a flashing number. Yeah, it's the follower bot screwing up my numbers again. All right. Okay, I want console color white, which it actually already is. So I don't need to change. Oh, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Red, white. But then I want this to be background color. Not white. Let's go back to black. I'm assuming it's black. All right. All right, so we're connected. That's actually make sure this is really connected. I mean, yes, we got the library says we're really connected. Let's go. I got everything but what I want open, don't I? Oh, I didn't mean to close that tab. That's all right. All right. So let me go into the chat and we'll type in, this is the type of stats just because, and there you go. So we see the command, we see the response. All right. All right. So now we're going to do a test disconnect. We got the attempted reconnect. And again, if I'll do project. Well, that's kind of an interesting message, right? But okay, so we're reconnected. It is kind of interesting. Like Chad is currently working on the blank. I probably should say project has been set. All right. So let's go back and change this to false. So then we'll want to test that real quick. And I'll take out this second read line because I will forget that's in there. And now just validating. But here, let's do a message just to be sure. Stats. There, we got that message. There, I'm disconnecting it. And sure enough, if I do a stats, I should just get nothing, right? Because there's nothing listening to that. All right. Again, just a little bit of validation. All right. So with that, let's check that in. I mean, again, I think this is the start, right? Especially, I think once we actually have an actual interface, user interface other than just a console window, we can probably do some more with this, all right? But like that is down the road. Like I'll probably stop working on this, work on some other stuff, and pick it back up type stuff, right? Not that I plan to stop on this anytime soon, but point is, that's not really one of my main efforts right now. All right, so added in logic to reconnect when disconnected from. All right, so we'll get that checked in. We go back to our list of things. We got the timer format. That took a whole 2 seconds. Took longer to find the line of code to fix the line of code. All right, so the config. So what I want to do, like I said, right now I've got the settings file. I can't even show the settings file because if I do, I'm gonna dox myself. And I really want to break that out, right? I want to put it in a better place, all right? and I want to do this a little bit better. Yeah, which also will allow for some nice dependency injection later on. So what we're going to do, one, I'm going to get my test project, because I was validating this. Because I've never done this with a console app before. So we're going to do in our console app, so right here. Sure enough, like I say, I've got this settings file. I'm not going to open it. I'll dox myself, but so we're going to come in here. And, well, actually, before we go into here, hold on just a second. I do need to open this file so that I remember what all I have. All right, so we're going to start off with yeah. So what I'm gonna do, and I'm also gonna try something that I've never tried before with this. We're gonna try putting in a folder different than the root. This shouldn't make any difference. So I'm gonna have a folder called settings. All right. Just to get it out of the way. Hey Scott, good morning. How are you doing this wonderful day? How is? Of course, you are in the future. See, for me, it wasn't yesterday I talked to you. I talked to you today. Good, well, just woke up. Well, Scott, as you can see, we've been hit by yet another follower bot. So, so our alerts are turned off right now. So, like your emote didn't go up right now. So this is the third time in 4 streams, which is getting ridiculous. Or I'm getting popular enough. I don't know what it means. All right. Actually, I was talking with Caldo Creation about this, and he, because he's been hit. He was hit twice last week. All right, at least twice. When I talked to him, and he was kind of like, well, I guess I'm getting popular enough. That I'm getting, followed by. I'm like, all right, well, I guess that's one way of looking at it. All right. So sure enough, Scott, what we're working on right now is, I've been putting everything in a settings file. We're going to get that out of a settings file. We're going to actually do JSON settings. Something a little bit more. Oh, yeah, I was doing the right thing. So I'm going to create these settings files. I'm going to wait forever for the add new item window to come up. It's loading. Yeah, I like JSON. And sure enough, Scott, I was talking about this right before you joined. This is pretty much what ASP.NET does, right? Not pretty much. We're actually going to use the same logic that ASP.NET uses for its configurations. All right, so we're going to call this, we're going to call app settings.json. That name is not... That's interesting. Why did they do that? What did I... Hold on a second. What did I click on? JSON. Oh, I did do a JSON configuration file. Okay, let's just do a regular JSON file. All right. See, this is what I normally open up, and I wasn't used to seeing other stuff already in there. All right, so app settings. You see that like when you go to the ASP.NET website, right? So either MVC or Razor. I don't know about Blazor. I bet you Blazor does it also. Now, the one difference is in those, there's a whole concept of environmental levels, right? So I can, I can actually, I can have settings that are just for that environment, right? So, so I can have different settings for dev as opposed to prod and so forth. But other than that, the name app settings is not reserved, right? It's just a name. And then what we're gonna do, I'm gonna bring up this file over my other window because again, it's got secrets in there. So in here, and now we can create our sections, right? So our first section, so what we're going to do here with this, sorry, I'm looking at settings over here. Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute, I just now realized, so I guess your internet's working better now? Or, oh, Blazor server, and I would, like I said, I would assume that it also had the app settings. Like I said, I've done the tutorial once. I like Blazor. Actually, I want to have a conversation with one of the dev teams this week about using Blazor instead of using MVC, because that's what they've been building stuff with. All right, so we're gonna because you need a section. This is the way how that's good. Yeah, yet. So we're okay. Here we're gonna call this stream labels. Actually, we're just gonna call it stream labels. That'll be the name of the section. Oops. And there we go. And so the first thing we're gonna need is brick drop. It's actually shorter than what I have now, but it's all I really need. And that'll be oops. Oh. Okay, obviously don't just a JSON escape. Where's C# on? Yeah, I'm trying to I feel looking at the RFC. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. All right, to escape. Okay, yeah. But the IntelliSense gets fixed. You know, I almost, let's see here. I wonder. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Let's try this. Let's see what this tool does. One too many. Ah, I can't seem to go to the right one. Oh. I was still complaining. Although it's not telling me why it's complaining now. Did it actually get it? Okay, that must have been what it was. Well, I am curious. Let me file back up here. I'm just curious about this the site I saw here. So if I copy that in there, I mean, it just came up saying, oh, okay. So I don't need this. I'll do it right here. That's what again, I saw this site. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty cool. All right, so it'll escape you for you. But yes, so that's what it was. I think IntelliSense actually kicked in something, or every once in a while, I do accidentally hit the key twice. All right, we're gonna have that setting. We're gonna have oops. Next, we're gonna have oof. Look, this time, when I copied it in, it actually did it correctly. It did it for me. What did I do wrong the first time? This time, Visual Studio actually helped out. All right, and then the where am I using this one? Hold on a second. I am a little confused. What am I doing here? Stream label. Let me look at bot. Store label project timer. Oh, okay, that's right. I don't need all those settings. I actually, you know, I think it was. I think because I think I had the quotes there, and I think that's what I screwed it up. All right, I just realized I'm not actually using these settings anymore. So really, we're just gonna do label. We're gonna do path, output path. Poof. Let's see here. Didn't do it that time. Definitely didn't do it this time. Maybe I did copy in the. I have no idea. It definitely worked the one time. I'm also noticing the IntelliSense is not cleaning up like it should. That's not completely unusual though. All right. All right, so that's actually all I need there. Next one we're going to have in here, because it just has to be that's all I need for the stream labels. We're going to have timer intervals. And first one we're going to have is project reminder. Now, I need to verify that. Oh, you know what? Hold on, where am I? Let me see something, because these did not fire off Saturday. That's because I set them to milliseconds, which meant that was going to fire off after 300,000 seconds instead of 30, instead of 300,000. So the project reminder would be 300 seconds. that's the reason why that didn't work for Saturday. And I knew there was something simple like that. And then water reminder will be 1200 seconds, 20 minutes. All right. And I think everything else I'm gonna put some different files. So, all right, so that's what I need there. All right, so that's the app settings. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a new item. And part of the reason I'm doing this is so that I can actually, if while I'm coding and I want to make setting changes, I can actually open the file and share it with folks, right? So I'm gonna have a Twitch .json. Okay. Now I'm not gonna actually set the files in here, but we're gonna have. So we're gonna say Twitch. And this will be, we're going to have access token. We're going to have refresh token. We're going to have client ID. And we're going to have channel name. Okay. And then I'll populate those here in a second. Add one more. And then will be Azure storage. Now, sure enough, we could do, there is app secrets and such. So, there are some even better security in just doing this. But I do want this to be a little bit simpler, right? I'm okay if, because this is for my use, I'm okay if I can open up the file on the local machine and see them. All right, because you have to have access to my machine. Kind of the point. If you can get to my machine, the least of my concerns is that you can get to my Twitch token. All right. All right. Then this is gonna be Azure storage, and in here we need storage. Here we're going to make this URI. We need account name, and we need account key. Okay. So now let me, over my other screen, let me populate those values real quick. Yeah, so sure enough, there is a secret manager, which is actually a good thing. I never use it because I never seem to use it in any actual production app. Because honestly, usually we'll use something like key vaults and stuff, and I could put this in key vault, right? But right now, I just want to keep them here. Especially because I'm probably moving things around. Well, I'm not probably. I am going to be moving things around. So this should help me. Because, for example, the other day, well, this should help me for a couple of years. The other day, I did dox myself, and I had to reset my, I had to expire my token, all that good stuff, which wasn't that big of a deal. It was just a bit of a pain, but at least this less likely of me doing that, because that's why I put in another folder. I'm less likely to open. Now I'd have to open up that folder and then accidentally click on the file, because that's what I accidentally hit the settings file, this one here, the other day. But also this allows me, like I said, I can now open the app settings, right? and we can make changes, and I'm not going to dox myself. All right. So we've created those files. So now what we're going to do in program. Oh, no, what we're going to do first. No. Hold on, because I actually should have left these two files open for a moment. But they do already have settings in them, so. All right. Now what we're gonna do, and actually I'm gonna put them in here. This is where I want them. So we're gonna have a new class, and the first one we're gonna call is app settings. Well, actually, we're gonna call it stream labels. I probably broke this down a little bit too much. And in here, making sure I didn't do anything crazy. Yeah, in here. This is just gonna be a very simple class. Actually, I wonder if you could do this as a record. Maybe not because of the way how it needs to initialize. All right, but so we're gonna have a public string, and we need output path. Get set. There, we've got that, and then we're gonna add another class. And like I said, I probably did break this down too much. And I can always refactor later on. But I'm also doing this because I'm also using this as a demonstration of how to use this, right? So we're gonna have timer intervals, public class timer intervals, and then this is gonna have project reminder. I copied it so I didn't have to type the whole thing. And public int. The other one was water reminder. If you're curious about that, I'm really bad when I do my my Lego streams. I forget to drink water. I don't know why. I'm a whole lot better when I'm doing the coding stream, but when I'm doing bricks, I guess I just get too much into that brick, right? Building and everything. All right, so there, we've got that. Need to create two more classes. And honestly, I don't know if you can, I wonder if you could actually tie multiple sections to one of these classes. I don't know. I've never tried that either. We're gonna have Azure Storage. This will be public. I'm gonna say, okay, we're gonna have a string of a URI. Actually, when I run the app, what's the tool called? I don't have it running right now. When I run the, I forgot the name of the tool. The tool that analyzes your code. It's a static code analyzer, but that's not what they call it. It will not like the fact that I made a URI a string. Because it should be a URI according to it. But I'm keeping the URI for now. Alright, account name, and then we need an account key. And then one more class in here. And this is going to be Twitch. And in here, we're going to have access token. We're going to have refresh token. We're going to have client ID, and finally channel name. Okay, now before I forget, I want to ignore that one, ignore that one, and ignore that one. All right. That way I don't accidentally check those files in. What's your words per minute? Well, I haven't been tested in like 30 years, so I don't remember a lot. So, funny story about that, right? So, yeah, well, I was thinking the same thing, little errors per minute. So I was in the Marine Corps, right? And my job required you to be able to type, right? And of course, I went in, I joined the Marine Corps in 1990, right? So, so computers were still more rare, but it wasn't something that, still, even then, wasn't something that everyone had at their home and that type of stuff, for sure. And errors per word. Well, I can even go on more about that. But so you go to boot camp, and then after boot camp, you go to combat training, and then after combat training, you go to the school to learn your job. All right. And sure, I mean, so if you're curious, my job was maintenance administration. All right. That was my job. So basically, maintaining the aircraft maintenance administration, so basically maintaining the records for F-18 aircraft. And so the way it works is you get there 2 weeks prior to your school starting, and the first thing you do is you to the actual school, but you go to typing school. And if you already know how to type, you type out, right? And everything. And but once you typed out, then what you did, you did all the crap details, right? That's not the word we use for it, right? So cleaning up the barracks, or cleaning up, doing all kinds of stupid stuff, right? Just to fill your time, right? Because it couldn't have you just relaxing, right, for 2 weeks, right? You had to be doing something, right? And so it was definitely better to be in the typing class than it was to, I realized this right away. I was real quick to figure this one out, right? And so first day of the class, right? I mean, they do some basic lessons, and then they ask, okay, who has experience using a typewriter? Well, I actually had never used a typewriter, right? I grew up with computers in my house my whole life, I guess since I was 3 or 4. Right. I mean, so basically my whole life. Right. And I never used a typewriter. And so I didn't raise my hand. Right. So I didn't type out at that point. And I went through all the lessons and everything. And so after like a week and a half goes on, then it's okay. Now you're gonna start typing. Now we're gonna start doing the typing test. And I forget. I want to say it was like you had to type like 30 words per minute, I think. It was something that was decent enough that, I mean, you knew how to type, but it wasn't like a blazing speed, right? I typed out at a corrected like 90 some odd words per minute. A corrected meaning I had errors, but I was actually correcting them as I was going, right? And so with corrections, it was 90 words per minute, and it was over 100 words per minute, without if you didn't take out for the corrections. And it was so funny. Now, granted, I only did this because it was civilian instructors. I would never have done this as a military instructor, right? But so the lady asked me, she's like, now, when we asked you, did you have typewriters? She's like, how are you able to do this? And she's like, well, when we asked you, you ever had typewriter experience? Why didn't you raise your hand? I'm like, I've never touched a typewriter. I've never used a typewriter in my life. And she's like, well, how in the world? No one could just all of a sudden type this fast, right? I mean, this doesn't naturally happen, right? How in the world did you just all of a sudden be able to type, 90 plus words per minute, right? But, well, I've had a computer in my house since I was a little kid, right? And You know? And you can tell this lady's about to smack me, right? But she was also realizing how smart it was, right? Because I didn't go on these crap details, right? Instead, I sat in typewriting class, right? I did learn some stuff, right? I mean, I actually learned, like, my method is better because I took that class. But it didn't. It actually, I think, slowed me down because I was trying to fix my hand correctly. But you know, talking about the errors per word and all that type of stuff. One of the things that because again, it was a corrected speed, right? Because in the typewriting class, it would not put, the typewriters had the correction, right? And basically it was it's just like a regular keyboard, right? Or like a computer keyboard, a backspace. And when you hit it, it would actually, it would put, a correction ribbon to basically white it out, right? And then you could retype. Well, you could see, because they purposely took out the correction ribbons, right? For obvious reasons, right? They wanted, they were testing for accuracy. You could see every single place where I had a typo, but I noticed it as I was typing it. I hit the backspace. Because, they were like, well, we can see you corrected it, but it didn't slow you down. I'm like, oh yeah, I noticed it right away, but I'm not used to this typewriter thing that doesn't correct it. I'm used to backspace. So, all right. So now we've got all that set up. I can close these. Implementing DN. You talk, Cryptronic, I'm not sure. Oh, you're not talking about dependency injection, are you? I'm not sure what you're talking about, DN. All right, so on here, I think I need to add okay, thank you, Sean. I got it blocked. I wasn't quick enough to ban it. People. All right. Well, yeah, that's why I was trying to figure out what they were trying to say. What they were trying to say was rude and crude. I do. Because I saw the filtered message. I knew what he meant. I do now, let's put it that way. Let's just say, look, I'm not, I've talked about this, again, I'm a Marine. I cuss, right? You notice I hardly ever cuss on this channel, right? And yeah, it was not nice. Yeah. I really do try to keep this a clean channel. I don't necessarily call it family friendly. Yeah, of course it was. I don't necessarily call this a friendly family channel, although, like I say, I do try to keep it pretty clean. Okay. I think I need to add a NuGet package. Hold on a second, let me... And I will say, I did prep this, right? I did write this out. Come on, NuGet, come up. Yes. I need to add a couple things here. We're going to add a couple classes here, or a couple packages. Add. Not add. That's not what I want. Manage NuGet packages. And NuGet's gonna be slow here too. Come on. All right. So the first one we're gonna need is Microsoft.extensions .configuration. Come on. Why did you? Configuration. We're going to need this one. Next one we're gonna need is that binder. So the configuration is, allows the configuration tools. This binder is what allows me to bind a set of settings to a class, right? So you saw me call those classes. And then the other thing I need is JSON, all right? So that I can, so it can read JSON files. All right, now the other thing I want to look up, and even though Pete's Pizzeria is not here anymore, yeah, 328 million. Well, it's because it's used by like everything. ASP.NET uses it, right? I wanted to see something. YAML. Yeah, we're not going to use this. I can't stand YAML. I don't like the format of it. Pete's Pizzeria, who I mean, he said he left. He was talking about JSON or YAML. I was like, I think you could use YAML, but we're not going to. All right, SHAML. Well, that's why I like C# Fritz has been working on TAML, right? Tab delimited, or basically tab delimited instead of base delimited. And I mean, it's a real thing he's working on. I haven't seen, I don't know if he's still working on it. I haven't seen him work on it in a while. All right. Oops. So what I need to now do is we're going to create a private static. Right, again, private static I configuration root. And we're going to call this config. All right. And then we're going to have, again, this I can do however I want, but it makes sense to, not a public, but a private static void initialize. Like I said, I could just do this in the main, right? But I like, this is cleaner to have in a separate project. And think of this as your starter, right? Or not starter, app start. What I forgot what the start something. I forgot what it's called now. All right, I'm gonna create a builder with a new configuration builder. Yeah, just start. I don't know why I was drawing a blank. I'm in that file more than anything else, I think. So set base, and then we're gonna say directory current, not dictionary. Directory dot current directory. Now I need to actually fix that. So I'll come back to that. And then we're going to add JSON file. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to app settings.json. And then I'm actually not sure what the optional does. I probably should look that up. I just know I set it to true. And then reload unchanged, right? So when the file changes, it'll reload it, right? So, just like how an ASP.NET website works, when it reloads, now actually an ASP.NET website will reload the whole site. Here, it'll reload the settings, right? So those are, they're dynamic, right? And then we'll just do this 2 more times, right? Because I'll have Azure storage.json. Again, these will all be the same. I'm gonna add JSON twitch.json. And, actually, and I'm not gonna change this for now, but I probably, especially like JSON, or not JSON, Twitch, I probably shouldn't reload it, right? Because that's I mean, this thing is connecting to a service, right? I should probably force you to stop the program, but I'm just going to leave it. I'm gonna leave it to what I know works. All right, for now. So we need to do it now. I need to fix this here. So pretty sure this is just a string. Yeah, so I should be able to say, I swear I always forget. I get so confused between. I don't know why I opened up that folder. Like all the folders I could have opened up my job search one. Yeah, I knew I had it wrong. Okay. Oh, I did create that as a lower, and I don't know if it matters. Come on, I want this to be capital S. There we go. This ampersand sign in front tells us this is a literal string, right? So I don't have to escape that, right? I could just escape it, but I kind of like it this way. A little bit easier to read. All right, so there we've got that. Now I am going to test that this is actually going to set that correctly. Like I don't know if this adds that ending backslash or not. When we run this, we'll test that. All right, so there I've configured, or I've created my builder. All right, so now I'm going to take this config, right, that I set up here, and I'm going to say builder.build. All right, so that will actually go grab. You know, look, I forgot about that command, you know? Set base path. I probably just could have easily, because I think you just do it like this. Local, thank you for that. Well, it will help if I spell that right. I did forget about that. All right, so then now it's basically I've loaded all of that configuration. So I loaded 3 different files into this config, which is sort of usable, but we can make this a whole lot nicer. All right. And you know, we could say, we're gonna say, what did I call this file? Apps, oh, stream labels. Okay, stream labels. Stream labels. Equals new. Then we're going to say config get section, and then pretty sure I called that stream labels. Yeah, okay. Dot bind, and then this will be stream labels. No, sorry. Yeah, no, I had it right. Stream labels. Stream labels. There we go. So we're gonna do that up. Actually, I wonder if you really have to do that. But then we're gonna bind that, so that will that will connect those settings to these values. All right. So then we're just gonna do this a couple more times. We've got the timer intervals. Equals new. And again, I'm using C#9, so I can have this shorter new command. Config get section timer intervals. Dot bind timer intervals. And then we're going to do Azure storage equals new config get section Azure storage. I only spelled it right there, right? Yeah. That would have been a little bit harder to find. Well, actually, because it would have. I don't know how hard that would have been fine. Well, because probably the first thing I would try is, did I type it in right? I was already going to go check it again. Come on. Azure. There we go. And then last one is Twitch. Really, I just call this Twitch. That's a bad name. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on a second. Let's do something real quick. And I'm doing this off screen here real quick. Twitch settings. Yes. Let's call this rename Azure storage settings. Rename the wrong file. Rename Azure storage settings. And let's see, stream labels. And timer. All right. Well, so here's the thing. and so notice I now rename all foo settings, right? And sure enough, like if you look at like timer intervals, what I was thinking was, oh, it'll be, which just got screwed up, but I can fix that later. Actually, I wonder if I can fix it. There, we can fix it. Okay, we won't fix it right now. But that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, well, it'll be in the settings. What I'm realizing is I use it some other places. It's gonna be a mess. All right, so then we're gonna have Twitch settings equals new config get section. I mean, luckily, Twitch. Did I just call it Twitch? Yeah. Luckily, renaming is so much easier nowadays, right? Oops, that's not what I want. That's my cheat sheet. All right, it's twitch.bind Twitch settings. That really should be stream label settings, but and it should be timer interval settings, but here, we can fix that right here. Timer interval settings. Yeah, we could do, we could have proper grammar. Stream. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. So now we now have those settings, right? Now, actually, what I do realize is I've got them here, but they're not very usable. So here's the thing. I don't really, again, this is the console app, right? So there's not I don't have that startup where I can just put them, I can actually create at least I don't, maybe there is a way. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know if I could just, have a singleton, keeping that settings. So actually what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna move these up here. Like that. Maybe. A non-static. Okay, maybe I'm not going to do that. Oh, that's what I'm missing. I forgot to type in the static. I was like, that should have worked. Thank you, Scott. All right, so there. So now we've got the initialize. All right, and I now have these settings in here that I can do stuff. Now, sure enough, what we're gonna do, if we go to bot, and we're now gonna have a yeah, what we're gonna do, well, we're gonna do this here first. We're gonna say, not public. Well, public's fine. Public. Really should be internal, but that's all right. Public bot, and then this will take in, we'll take in Twitch settings, take in Azure storage settings. That was interesting. We'll take in stream label settings, and we'll take in what's the other one I want? Timer interval settings. And here, private. Here, actually, let's just copy it over here. Now we don't want these to be static. And I actually don't need to new them up. Oh. Okay. All right. Oh, hold on. Yeah. I don't know. I gotta be honest. And maybe just because I'm not used to. Where did it create that? All right. Oh. All right. And why? Oh, okay. And that's just because I haven't initialized these yet. Now, we call this with, I should fix these real quick. How about this time we do it more efficient way? Okay, just to fix those. Here, let's also fix this one. All right, and then we're gonna say this is Twitch, Azure Storage, Stream, and timer interval. Okay. So there we go. Now, the other thing I need to do, so that should all work. Let's actually test this real quick, just to be sure. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint right here. Because like I said, what I haven't done before is like this, where I'm Tough One, I'm doing well. How about you? How are you doing this evening or day, depending on where you're at? Oh, we do need to call the initialize. That would help. All right, so let's put a breakpoint right there, right after the initialize. Still need to do some other code changes to fully implement this. Oh, I know what that problem is. I need to, let me make sure, I'm pretty sure I need to, yeah. I need to go, okay, and I'm gonna do this, I'll do this first one on screen. Properties. And then we need to change this copy to output directory. It needs to be either copy if newer or copy always. I'll just do copy always. Really the same difference. It's not the same thing, but all right, just a second, because I love it when I take it to the screen, it does it right, it doesn't pop up the stuff. I know I missed one. Hold on. Copy always. Settings. Here is Azure. What? I've somehow screwed something up here. Let's look at this again here. I have app settings. I have Azure settings. What happened to? I'm missing a file. The timer intervals is gone all of a sudden. What happened to timer interval? That thing just like disappeared. That's just weird. That's really weird. Hold on, look, I'm coming back to you just a second. All right, and then this is going to be project reminder, which was set was 300. And water reminder, which is 1200. Oh, and then I need to go back to. What's this JSON 1? What in the world is going on? That should be timer interval. Okay. Maybe when I was trying to get to these properties, I accidentally deleted it. I'm not sure. All right. So again, I want to use set to copy always or copy of newer. And then because I had to recreate that for some strange reason, we will set this to ignore. Well, I grant you those settings, you know, those are safe settings. I guess I could have included that. That's all right. All right. So, sure enough, what do you mean those aren't used? Oh, I'm in the bot. Never mind. I thought I was in program. So Loki asked a good question, right? If there's an exception when loading the settings, do you want to hide the exception in case it contains a secret? Well, I don't know if you want to hide it. I mean, basically, it shouldn't show any secret. You definitely want to handle it. Right now, I'm not handling it, right? Right now, it's just going to bomb. And because it's a console app, that's fine, right? Once I actually really build an actual interface for this, I should do something, you know, instead of just doing this, you know, there should be some type of error handling here. This will just bomb out when I first start the application. Which, like I say, is fine in this case. All right, now let's run this. And now if we look at, and I'm being careful which ones I go look at. Like if we look at the stream labels, right? Why are we getting an output path? Why is stream labels settings? Oh, never mind, because that's, duh. That is what's supposed to be, right? So we see. And again, I apologize. I don't have a way to, I don't know how to make this bigger other than getting the zoom out. But we see. There's the output path, streaming bricks with Chad, stream labels, right? If we look at the timer settings. All right, I saw output path, I was looking at it wrong. Now that's not right. So we need to check that. Let me check these other ones. Again, these are, that's not right. Okay, so Azure Storage is not loading correctly. And the timer intervals is not loading correctly. Now my bet, let me go back to timer intervals. timer. What did I call that in here? I don't see any difference. Oh, yeah, I don't see any difference there. Oh, I'm not even loading in here. Well, that I skipped it on here also. So that would explain why that didn't load. So add JSON. JSON. Actually, it's timer intervals. The control mouse wheel won't change the font of the pop-up. That's why. That's a JSON file. No, that was just wrong. All right, so that should fix that. Azure Storage JSON, Azure Storage JSON. Okay, hold on a second. I had the name of Azure, the Azure storage file incorrect. It was Azure. That was the reason why Azure, whoops, why that wasn't coming up. All right, so now run this again. So again, always good to do these incremental testings, right? There, we still got that setting. We've got the timer. For water reminder is not set right. Because I have that misspelled. In the class, I've got it misspelled. That's should be water reminder. Okay. And now we've got those settings. Now let me check the other two that have secrets on it. So there, Azure Storage is populated now, and Twitch settings is still populated. All right. Now, at this point, it's not going to do anything different, right? Because sure, I'm feeding those in, but nothing's using these yet. So what I want to do is we're going to do a find settings dot, and then we're just going to start changing these, right? So we're going to say this is Twitch. Come on, Twitch private. Why are you not reading that? Dot. What do we got wrong here? Field initializer cannot reference a non-static. This is public. I mean, I can make these static. I have to make these static. Okay. This was access token. All right, here we're gonna have channel name. Here we're gonna have this is timer. And that was, this is project reminder. Water reminder. timer. Actually, let me just copy that. Okay. Okay, so that fixes that class. Now, let me do this. Let me wipe out something real quick. Oops. All right. So now what I want to look for. Why are my references not coming up? Should be showing my references. For some reason, that's not coming up. Well, let's just do this. Actually, let me do this. Oops. I just cleared the whole thing. Not what I meant to do. All right. Just a second. Let me. I waved the screen around, so it closed all my screens. There we go. Let's just delete. That file, which should give us some errors. I'm surprised it only gives me one error. Oh, I'm missing something here. So let's see here. How do you know when to make an additional class every time? Yeah, it's God's right? You know, single responsibility is the biggest reason. You know, it's more, you know, because by doing it, you kind of keep your, you know, you keep it more concise, right? Like here, this class. Now, granted, right now only has one method in here. Actually, probably only would ever have one method in here because of what it's doing. You know, I mean, we know this is only doing stuff for the stream labels, right? All right. Now I'm gonna have to do some things here. So in here, because this is a static, right? So I don't have the ability to have a constructor. And there's a reason why it's a static, right? We're gonna say string, and this will be output path. And then we'll change this. Output path. Okay. Next error here. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Hold on. Now here. So here we're on Lego stats. Pretty sure this is not a static. Yes. So we can right here. Now I'm not sure which ones I'm gonna need. I know I need Twitch settings because I see that right there. And then we're gonna say Twitch settings. Okay, and then go back to the error. All right, that's still in here. That's there. That. Okay, now here, this is aired off because now I need to give it, so I do need another setting here. I'm going to need, that was stream label settings. Keep these together, private static, stream label settings. I don't know why it was wanting to put a 1 in there. Oh. Yeah, that was weird. All right. Okay, and back to here. Oh, right here. Then this will be stream label. Well, I don't know why I was trying to default to that 1, because it wasn't already a variable named that, so that was weird. It usually does a pretty good job of that. I mean, I depend on that kind of, you know. All right, we're okay, we're still in here. Some more. Actually, I'm gonna come back to those. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on, that's a different file. All right, so, and then these, it's gonna be stream label settings, output path. Wait, I need with that comma. All right. Now we're in the stream snapshot. This is a static method, so we're gonna have to pass them in with it, with the call. Actually, I'll make it first. Oh, which means I could just take out this channel name because I don't need that anymore. Probably slow intelligence. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like you would think slow intelligence would be the other way around, right? I mean, that was just weird. I don't know what it was picking up from. All right, this is going to be Azure. Oh, no, keep that. Okay, and then Azure setting. Okay. The twin from Motherhead. I mean, why is it not liking that? No argument given that corresponds to, oh, I'm getting the wrong one. This is going to be, this one's stream label settings. All right. Oh, no, hold on. Let's try this again. Twitch client, Twitch settings, and then stream label settings. There we go. It's all those. Oh. Okay, we need to add in, we got another one we need to feed in here. This is going to be Azure storage settings. You know, like using the this keyword instead of underscore. So, two things with that. The underscore gives it a better, you know, kind of clears up that confusion, right? And again, I mean, you know, Scott, we were talking about this before you, I think before you joined tonight, but someone was asking why I have the underscores. I mean, so those are module. Well, so there's some debate in this, right? I was kind of alluding at, you know, not everyone does this, but it's still kind of an old, it's kind of an old thing, like your module level ones having this. And here's the thing, I would argue, I mean, yeah, that's valid, right? And that's allowed, but that creates confusion between this variable and this variable, right? So that's why I like having it this way instead, all right? And sure enough, code analysis does not like you. I mean, so because now I could add this, right? Although that's not really what. Yeah, that's not really what you were asking me. Why? Oh, because it's static. Why it's not allowing me to do that? Well, that's the other reason why I can't do it static. That'd be another reason why you can't do that. Having this, right? So I could name it. Well, that would be really weird. What that would do? I don't know what that would do, honestly. URI. Oh. Oh, so this is URI. All right, let's come back to that. No, let's not come back to that. Let's just do. I wonder how that would work. But right here, you're talking about? I know I saw it somewhere else where it was misspelled. Line 35. Oh yeah. Well, we're getting rid of that file anyways, so that's okay. Yes, I did have it misspelled. I noticed that earlier tonight, or earlier during this whole process. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna come back to that just because I think it's the last one anyways. It's gonna be Azure. What was the one? Azure storage. Come on. Why are you not coming up? Do I not have this in here yet? Oh, I don't have it in here. Let's see here. One reference, where is it reference to? Right there. Okay, that should be fine, I hope. We'll find out. Azure, oops, Azure storage settings. Private, static, Azure storage settings. See, it's doing it again. let's see, use those in conjunction with I think basically what old man's talking about is the whole, you know, like having the underscore, not the underscore. Or I could be misreading that. All right, now I'm gonna come back to that one. Oops. So now this is gonna be account name and account key. Oh, how did I do that like that? Okay. So this one, I'm not sure if this is going to work correctly. Let's go. Let's change. This file. Change this to a URI. I don't know if it's going to bind that correctly. Oh, I don't need to. Wait. Hold on a second. Why were you... Hold on. I might have been looking at something wrong earlier. Move this back to string. Okay. I swore it was complaining at me about that earlier. All right. What is this warning about? It's saying stream label settings is not being used. Using it right there. There we go. All right. I think here's why I got 15 messages. And we can look at those. Should look at those. All right, I think that should all work now. So let's run it. Oh, it's just a breakpoint I had in there earlier. Okay, no, we're gonna have a problem. Hold on a second, I need to look it over here. Channel name is all of a sudden null. So for some reason, these are null. Azure storage settings. Also, of course, it's the one that it's got secure stuff. That is definitely null. Okay, hold on a second. So I'm gonna okay. So let's go back. Let's actually close everything real quick. Let's go back to program and put a breakpoint back here. All right, Azure storage. Of course, I did flash it for a second there. Probably not long enough for anyone to notice anything. All right, so there's definitely values in there. I didn't mean to actually look at them. So now I'm gonna go in. Oh, because wait a second. Create a new bot. Did it not go in here? Yeah, I know. There's something really weird going on. Okay, let's try that again. Why are we not getting into the constructor? Calling it right there. Oh! I said to promise. Because, yeah, these don't exist yet. I'm gonna have to change the way how I do these credentials. That's where the problem is. So let's see here, credentials. The first time we use it is right here. All right, so we'll just do copy that. And then that. Now what is this right here? Oh, I don't know what that's from. All right, there. Now it's connected. Well, because the compiler did it right. I mean, that, you know, like I said, that, and I wasn't looking at the well, I tell you, part of it was why. Well, let me test this, and I'll tell you why I missed it. All right, so just to make sure, we should see stats, and we should get an error. Object reference. So what does it not like? Bricks drop is 0. I'm assuming it doesn't like this. Yeah. This is Lego stats. What is calling this? Call stack. Okay, I'm confused on this one. There. Yeah, right here I'm initializing it. All right, hold on a second. that's got values. That's got values. Oh, I see what the problem is. This should be here, right here, I guess. Where am I doing? So I'm getting it after storage. Switch. Azure. Yeah. Doesn't really matter order. I just kind of a little bit easier to see them though. All right. Okay, now we do stats. Command came in there. There we go. Drop 0. Now, you know, we do set project TLC 7. Ooh. That's why we're testing. So here we've got an object reference. Hold on a second. Let me see if Azure. Yeah, the whole thing is null. Because this is static. That's why. I have get table client, which is a static method. Of project tracking. Okay, that one will be fine once I take the static off. Are these both inside of project tracking? They are. Oh, but these. This isn't static. That's fine. This one, which one was it? This one, this retrieve is static. Okay, why is this static? I'm trying to think why this is static. Because I don't have an object created yet. I'm creating the object. That's why it's static. All right. So what we'll do. A private table client. Get table client. And we're going to change this to pass in Azure storage settings. And then this will and here we'll just do return get table Azure storage settings. This way, you know, because one time I needed, you know, I need it in here. The other time I need it, you know, I need it static because I'm calling it somewhere else. Here I can take off this. Well, that was fine. And here, add in the Azure storage settings, and then pass in Azure storage settings. Well, it's just the weird part that this retrieve method in here, where to go? This retrieve method is a helper method, right? it's retrieving for when the object doesn't exist, right? It's basically a factory, really. Right? It's creating a project tracking. So that's why it needs to be static, because I don't have the object created yet. It doesn't have to be static, I guess. I could create it. I guess I could have just not made the static and call it retrieve and it populated its own self. Sure enough, we move the, because like the next set of tasks, 11 o'clock. Next set of tasks will be to, classify this. That actually is not the right word, but it is at the same time. So maybe that'll change some things. Okay. Oops. Azure storage settings. I am glad I decided to try the set project. Because I was about not to. And now we've set the project. Now working on TLC 8 project. All right. And again, I should be able to get stats, which is just going to say there's nothing. We can drop a brick. And sure enough, I mean that did write. When I have a project set and I drop a brick or I do an oof, it is actually writing to Azure's table storage. All right. That does that. Now, probably should do the same thing for monitor console, but I'm not going to worry about it right now because I'm getting ready to move all this logic anyways. So let's just say we'll have TwitchBot project now using config files. Or let's call this iConfiguration, right? Yeah, iConfiguration root. Now using iConfiguration root. All right. So now let's see. Let's go back to our. That does our config. Now we want to start looking at this move to class library, right? So basically, I want a central class library because, like I say, eventually I'm gonna have multiple things using those methods, right? So what we're gonna do. We're going to iConfiguration versus iConfiguration root versus iConfiguration. I don't know. This is the one you use. Probably, Scott, I really don't actually know the answer to that question. I mean, this is in here, right? Children good section. I don't know, because when I looked the article I looked on how to do this, that's what it told me to use. So sure. Oh, you know what? I think it's because you get the providers. It allows me to specify a JSON. I don't know what the iConfiguration does without that providers part. So that's the primary thing, I think. But admittedly, I actually don't really know the answer to the question. I understand the question. I just don't know the actual answer. All right. Now it's a little essentially some cleanup. I mean, like I said, the item here says move to class library, right? Yeah, like I say, I'm not sure. I mean, like I said, I literally pulled up an article the other day because I didn't know I couldn't remember off the top of my head how to do that. So MVC startup uses iConfiguration. Maybe there's I'm not sure. Oh, you know, I did want to test. Let's go in here. I want to see what happens here before we go further. Let me look at timer interval settings. What if I make this a record? And then these should be, and really I can make this even better. I'm just, you know, oops. I'm just seeing what would happen. Because sure enough, these fit the need of a record, right? They're immutable. Well, no, they're not immutable. Well, no, because even when it does that, it should reset the files, right? Or should recreate the variable. I'm just curious. I want to see what happens. I probably should have put a breakpoint in because it might not error off, but it might not grab the value. It might not bind it. Yeah, so it seems to work, but let's actually put a breakpoint in. So a record is basically it's syntax or syntax sugar, right? Hold on a second. Let me. Hold on, folks. Let me test if it's actually working, and then I'll spend a moment talking about records in the init. All right. So if I look at timer interval settings, pretty darn cool. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't have worked, other than sometimes. Well, let me try one other thing, and then I promise after I try this last thing, I'll explain what I'm doing here, or what more importantly what this stuff is doing. Public record timer interval settings. Was it just int project reminder, int water reminder. Yes, int is immutable. Okay, hold on. I'm trying the real power of records. Nope. Let's see here. Except for it does help when I. Okay, it's not like in something. Given the corresponding required formal parameters, where is this? Oh, okay, that's blocking there. I don't really think I need to new this up. I do need the semicolon. Yeah, it's null. So you can't do that. Which isn't a complete surprise. Again, if I go back to this. No, it's null. Just a second, folks. I know you're asking some questions I do want to answer. I'm just I'm just trying to see how far I can take this. All right, so now that's working. Let me try one more thing here. Because again, this is all part of what's new in actually I wonder, and I set it right here. So 300. Well, let's do 200 and then 300, just so we can see different values go in. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that new. Oh, I think I have to do the new, but that should now work. Okay. Sorry, I'm almost done with all this fooling around. So 200, 300. I initialize it. And I have 300, 1200. Awesome. All right. That's kind of cool. All right. Let me explain what I was doing. So record basically is syntax sugar, right? A record is a class, right? But a record is immutable, right? So once you set the values, you can't change the values. All right, so great for, you know, like a data object, because this is a data object. Once I populate it, I'm not changing it. Actually, I want to test one other thing. I'll test it here in a second. But so once you set it, you create it, right? You're not going to change it around or anything. There's some pretty cool stuff you could do with records, right? Because I could also, I could do this thing like I could say, and let me remember the syntax here. I think I could say, is it var new settings? Lowland, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so var new settings equals, or hold on, I forgot this syntax because I actually haven't used this yet. Let's see here. C# record. Actually, that should give me the article. All right. That's not the one I was looking for either. Where is? Well. Okay, with is a keyword. There's a reason why I'm searching for with. There we go. Thank you for actually giving me the, an actual example. Where is? Here we go. This should give me. Yeah, okay. So something you could do is like a var, another, settings to whatever, right? Equals timer interval settings with, equals timer interval settings with, and I can say project reminder, we're going to have it be 999, right? Yeah, so what's cool here, right? So now if I put my breakpoint there instead, what this has done, but now, I misspelled it horribly, right? But, I've notice it copied the 1200, right? But it changed the project reminder. So the cool things with it is immutable, right? There's something else I'm going to say with this. Oh, but it considers it a value instead of an object, right? So, with a regular object, let me go to call stack, not call stack. Let me go to command window. That's what I want to see. If I do, and normally if I was to do, boy, I horribly typoed that. Settings to D, water reminder equals timer. Let me just copy this so I don't. Dot water reminder. All right. Now I don't get a true. Right. Now with a regular object, you can, but only at this time, because I now can't do. I can't now say. I can't say now. This is 777. All right. I'm gonna get. I'm actually getting an error with that, right? Now this just tells us invalid. Actually, it should be a better error message than that, but so this is so the record, the class, becomes a value instead of an object. All right, and so the nice part is, with objects, if I do a simple comparison, right, it's actually going to look at the reference numbers, right, instead of at the memory reference instead of the values of those objects, right? So this normally would this would be false, right? Because it's not. Well, actually, it is and isn't. This with actually does a clone, right? So it is a separate memory object, right? But it treats it as a value property, which is really, really neat with this stuff, right? Sure enough, if I go here, again, I have no idea what I typed there. But if I now then try to set water reminder equals 777, I get an error right away, right? Settings G2 is a variable but used like a type. Oh no, why? Well, that's a weird. There it is. Never mind. I don't know why I was saying that at first. Init only property or indexer, right? Water reminder can only be assigned an object initializer, or on this base and so forth, right? Couldn't you use using as opposed to? Oh, I don't think so. Well, using. Yeah, I mean, using would create the using variable use something like I can't think of a disposable object off the top of my head, but using is to use a variable and then at the end of the scope to dispose that variable, and only objects that are using are disposable. All right. So that's some of the cool stuff you can do with records. Like I said, I've been kind of fooling around to figure out what all I can do with records and where I could use them and can't use them, right? It's like, but this is a perfect example, right? These are, here's where, I want to do something. Now, this init, so sure enough, if I go back to here, I don't know why I could have just changed that to class. Now, I could also do init in a class, right? And now what this says, this is essentially the same thing as saying public int project reminder to get private set, right? And then, then we do a constructor, public timer interval settings, probably have some values in there, and then project reminder to, equals whatever, right? So this is the way how I used to do this, right? When I wanted to be able to only set it on initialization, it's not the same though, right? There are some differences, but this is the way how I used to do this, right? But this is definitely better, right? Because that private set still allows it to think about this. If I remember right, I think I could say, Yes, because I was gonna verify that because I'm almost positive I can say, project reminder to equals, right? Because I could, whoops, not the double. So it's not exactly the same, but that's the way how I used to handle it, right? To enforce someone outside the method, or I'm sorry, the class, change it, right? So this init, like I say, it makes it so it's initialize only. Is basically what that's standing for, right? You can only set that value in initialization, but it definitely cleans up the code, makes the whole private set actually work the way how we wanted it to work. All right, and then on records, by default, there are inits, right? As a matter of fact, I don't think, I'd be willing to bet this would air off. It doesn't give me any interesting. I wonder what that would do, because I didn't think you could set the value after the fact. Let's see here. Now, if I was to say, whoops. Oh, public void test. Project var foo equals new record. Whoops, not new record. New timer interval settings. Yeah, I think that kind of screws that up. Because I thought the intent was with the inits. I thought it was supposed to make it. I thought it was supposed to make it an automatic constructor. Or I'm doing it wrong, maybe. Yes, exactly. So that's here, just get rid of all this. That's what this is doing. All right. Now, the difference that you've got here, right? You've got like that. See, you don't even have to have like this, right? I can, in theory, I could have it as simple as that, right? So I can have this all in one line. Yeah, so I can have this all in one line, which is pretty cool, right? Which also means I can create records wherever I want, right? I don't have to have, these don't have to be a whole class file and all this good stuff. But I just want to create a record to represent something that I'm gonna then use through like a method, right? These are really, really nice because you could do some really cool stuff with it, right? Now, let me try this again. I think, yeah, but see here, it's not working because here's the reason why I'm getting this an error right now, right? And you see, and no argument given, right? Because when you do this essentially creates a constructor requiring those two parameters, right? So that's the reason why. Now I could have done this either one of two ways. I could have done it right here, right? Which is what I did earlier, or I could have just said, 1 and 2, right? Or what have you, right? But admittedly for this, I kind of like setting, I think it makes sense to, to set it right here, right? Because it keeps it within the class, or within the file, I should say. But pretty cool. I wasn't sure if you could do that. And like I said, when I was playing with this the other night, I didn't get a chance to fool with that. I wanted to see that. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad you can. Because I've seen a couple places where you can't use records. and I can't remember what they were now, but I was definitely doing something where it did not work with a record. Those are still just fields in the pick. The syntax sugar promote them to init only properties was a proposal, but didn't. Hold on me. See, the syntax sugar to promote them to init only properties was a proposal, but didn't happen. Just the primary constructor style we're looking at. But you can have the init only. You can have the init. I think because I know there. I forgot what Maz said. I know he said it's God. I almost said Mads, but then it stuck in me. It's Maz. I know he said there was something else they're going to do with record that they couldn't. They didn't do in this. They had time, but I think it was more of take a hey, Watkins. They wanted to take a more a more gradual approach to something. Oh, okay. Records also. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me, because I didn't read this. The records also introduce public init only auto property if you don't use explicit private fields, which is shorthand of the previous. Well, see, that's why I think. Oh, this. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if. Yeah. Like I say, that the second one looked a little bit weird to me. All right. Public record product string name int category ID. I guess that worked. I mean, it's not giving me errors there. Notice it's not picking it up. That's interesting. Look, it's definitely not liking us somehow. That's weird. It's not airing off, but it's not working either. Huh. I was gonna say I have not seen like this before. Yeah, they're auto properties, but notice the project doesn't exist. Oh, you know what? Because it's product, not project. Okay, my mistake. Yeah, they're not. Hold on, what am I pointing to? I am pointing to that. Just to see something here. Okay, you have to put the public in there. Oh, what that's doing exactly. I don't, personally, I like the either. Oops. That's the important thing here to know with records is that members are implicitly public. If not, if you don't precise it. Yeah, but that definitely didn't. Yeah, notice it when I don't make it public. I don't know. Like I said, I have not seen this syntax like this, right? Personally, and some of this just because of what I'm used to. I think I like better, you know, this idea of, if you're gonna type it out. I got that semicolon wrong place. Yeah, if you're gonna type it out, right? Or like I say, do it like this, right? And again, a record itself does not require me to set default values, because like I say, what that's really doing, in the IL is it's just creating a constructor with those two values, right? But the way how this was working over here, because I have to create a new, I have to new it up here. If I don't new it up here, the binding doesn't work. So, all right. Yeah, like I say, being the fact of what, I mean, you think about what I work on, right? Because I mostly work on APIs and, so back-end code. So records have been very interesting to me. Because, I mean, I work on a lot of DTOs, data transfer objects, where I'm just transferring data to a client. And that low, weightness is nice. So I really like the idea of records. Which is why, I've been fooling around to see where I can use them and such. Okay, so this first one is like how I first created the stuff. Yeah, so that should work. This third one, like I said, what I was just looking at, it didn't see those settings until I made them public. Scott, I'm not sure. I don't know what's different. Okay, first off, let me get this opening back up in the that's not what. Oh, that is oh, you grabbed it from here. Okay, well, what I wonder though, June, it was pretty much finalized at that point. And I've actually, that's why because I actually already had that article open up. This is one of the articles I have read. I must not have noticed this. Public init, if you only specify, you don't to use records introduce also public init only auto property. If you don't to use explicit private fields, which is a shorthand of the previous declaration, meaning the same meaning. Must be. Yeah, I mean, this must not have made the cut. I mean, like I said, it compiles, but I mean, they're private at this point, from what I'm seeing. What did that just do? Just understand how you couldn't use them only after typing public, because basically they were private. That's not a that's a class thing. I mean, you know, if I don't, you know, by default things, you know, by default a field is private, right? Pretty sure that's right. I could be just making it up. All right. So let's get a little bit further. We still got some more time. Don't worry, Ignatius, we're not anytime soon. Hey, I just noticed something. My follower count is back to normal numbers. That's weird. Although also, okay, I'm getting some weird things here. Look at this. My stream manager is showing emotes going like crazy. Wow, okay, that was just weird. I'm sorry, I got distracted because, like I said, I'm just now noticing that, yeah, well, that was weird. But I'm also noticing that my follower count is back to normal. But I mean, we were all seeing that follower count going up like crazy.
This is for everyone who had a...
Yeah. Okay, Sean, I know it's not 530. Well, 34 is is the viewers. No, I was looking at, so I mean, sure enough, earlier we got attacked by a follower bot earlier, 2 hours ago. Sure enough, iWalkins, that's the reason why I didn't see your alert for you following. Thank you for following. I just now noticed that. I had to turn off the alerts. Yeah, Sean, you were here. Maybe you weren't here. I guess it was 3 hours ago. See, I missed some other alerts because I had to turn them off. Not usually that quick. That's the whole problem. I mean, you know, the thing when I was looking into it last week, yeah, it's when they're aware of them. But what I was told last week was that could take weeks, if not months, for them to clear it up. I don't know. That's just interesting. I'll be curious. I'll be curious to see what the stream summary says. I didn't mean to move that over here. Look bad against you when they can't detect it. So that's the reason why. I mean, that's why I took care of it right away, right? Obviously, you don't want to keep those followers on there, right? And you know, sure enough, I was talking about earlier. I use the tool, the cleaning up, and one of the things the tool does is it actually gives me the list. You know, I mean, not just for a follow bot, right? For any point. So, man, where are you? Yeah, here we go. So, sure enough, actually, oh, here I'm gonna look see what this says. Follower list viewer. TaleLearnCode. Yeah, 543. That is weird. I know that thing went crazy. Because I mean, I got a video. That's just weird. Weird. But so what I was gonna say is, I can filter to, whatever period, right? Because normal with follow bots, they actually get their, like one time it was, so the 2 times I know for a fact, one time it was like 43 seconds, the other one was like 1 minute 6 seconds, right? So I filtered it down to those times, and I have the list of those who followed me, right? Who quote unquote followed me, right? And so I was actually thinking about opening up a ticket with Twitch and say, here, you need to purge these, right? These are obviously, as far as I could tell, they're fake. Well, that's a problem. They can't just purge them because, oh no, yes, they are. No, that's right. Yeah, I was trying to remember. Yeah, they're fake because only you as user can follow someone else. No, it went out and grabbed it. I mean, because if you notice it, you actually saw it loading. So it's not cached. I mean, it's cached now because I'm in here, right? But if you notice when I went in here, I mean, now it's gonna be cached. Well, here, if I go to this, you'll see it's actually loading it, right? It's actually going to grab them. So sure enough, not Twitch, stream elements. I mean, let's see. I mean, that's just weird. I mean, it's good. I now don't have to do that. I mean, that's I don't have to take as long as I take, except for I'm trying not, when I do it, I want to make sure that I don't, wipe out someone who really did follow, right? But at the same rate, yeah, there we go. So I'm in there. I walk in.
Thank you for following.
Here we go.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Now, obviously, when 13,000 of those come in, that becomes annoying. Sure enough, we missed a couple people, right? Because of the.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey, Star-Lord. That's, I like that. So, yeah, I mean, in my activity feed, I mean, you could see in my activity feed, you could see all these followers, 3 hours ago. I don't know. I don't know if somehow that seems suspicious that, Twitch was able to catch it. That's weird. I really don't know what happened there. It's good. Like I say, it's good. All right. Sorry. Talking about a real distraction. Let me, look at this. I gotta, oh, okay. Goodness gracious. Okay. I was gonna say, I gotta whisper, but it's a link to a YouTube page. Let's not open that up while we're on stream. If partners can be banned for accidentally opening up files that they shouldn't be opening up, yeah. You think they're gonna let some affiliate get away with that? All right. No, well, I won't say where it's coming from. Not someone I know. All right. Let's add a class, or let's add a new project. And this project is going to be a class library. I'm going to create a .NET 5 class library. Because we're going to do some stuff. Yeah, we're going to do it because we want to play with records. Why do I not have, weird, class library? Razor, where is, there we go, .NET Core. So we're going to call this Twitch Commander, because this is going to be the base of everything, right? All right. So first thing we're doing here we're gonna fix some properties. So this is gonna be TaleLearnCode.TwitchCommander. Well, let's see if I can spell TaleLearnCode right. All right, and then we're going to change this to .NET 5. Wait, why is this still opening up on the wrong? Yeah, like I say, I know they're planning, because Yamaz was telling us how they are planning some additional stuff. Public record person. That works. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it. Wait, hold on. Now I'm trying to remember, what did I just do? Wasn't it very much like... Hold on a second. Oh, in here... That was timer, that's what I'm looking for. Not the JSON. Yeah, how's that different? Oh, nominal records. Hold on. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking. I wasn't telling the difference between the parenthesis and the curly bracket. Bracket. Yeah, bracket. Okay, both. Position-only records where the record behavior for a given member comes from it being a record's parameter list. Yeah. Nominal records where the record behavior for a given member derives from it being a member, not from whether it is listed as a primary in a primary constructor. I mean, just looking at, you know. I kind of like this way better. At least, you know, what I know of it. Okay. Here, so we set that to down to 5. Let me code analysis is turned on. All right. I don't really think it is. Yes, it does. All right. So we've got that. Let's go in here. Now we'll need to add in manage NuGet packages. And we're going to want to get TwitchLib, because we know we're going to need that. And set. We also know we need what was the name? It was Azure Data Tables. Azure Data Tables. All right. Everyone, I tell you what, I need to take a quick break. I need to go to the restroom real quick. That's what all those hydrates do to me. So give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. and then we'll work more on this here.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode. 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 Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
What is going on there? What? Now I'm confused. What in the world is going on with everything? See, no. That's where. Actually, did I not? That's weird because we should. We actually see those problems here too. Well, why am I not hearing anything? Where's my music going? Oh. Okay. Because my volume turned down. Let's see here. I'm just... My overlays. Edit. Yeah, it's... Turn on. That's weird. Why the other... Well, actually, no, they're not using this one. I don't know. That's weird. Well, I apologize for that, because that must have been annoying. But again, thank you for that quick break. I did need to... said I have drank a lot of liquids today. All right. So now we've got those classes we need. Okay, so let's think of how we're gonna do this here. So I guess we're still gonna need to have the bot itself, right? I don't know why I clicked on that, but that's all right. We're gonna have this. I guess we're still gonna have to have the bot. It really, a lot of this is gonna stay the same. It's just gonna be a class library, okay. Which will give me some benefits later on. All right. So let's rename this. We'll call it bot. Really wish I could come up with a better name than bot. I mean, what are we? It's connecting. It's the latest mention of nominal records. Assistant? Well, yeah. Call it Whopper. Yeah, I like that. Whopper. I'm just thinking, so let's see here. When you're, I mean, this is a Twitch client. I don't want to call it Twitch client. Actually, Twitch client's probably a better name for it, but that's not what I want to call it. Because it's going to get confusing with this Twitch client, which is coming from the library. I do like the idea of Whopper. I'm trying to remember what Whopper stood for. Really new to the quotes? That's not what I meant. I actually thought I clicked on the Wikipedia, not the War Operation Plan Response. Okay, I was trying to remember what that stood for. Hey, why not? Yeah. That's because why not? All right, so we'll have our Whopper class because it's the Whopper. It does everything. It's also like the Whopper, like the Burger King Whopper. It does everything, right? I'm like that name is definitely growing to me. And now in here, I'm gonna create this a little bit slower, right? I mean, I'm not gonna just copy everything that we had. I'm gonna copy a bunch of the stuff, but we're not gonna copy everything. All right. So let me move this. I'm gonna move this over here so I have it for reference. So we're gonna come in here, and we're gonna fix the namespace. TaleLearnCode Twitch Commander. All right, and then
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
hey there, Cephras. I do appreciate that follow. Hope you are having a wonderful evening, day, morning, wherever it is for wherever you're at. All right. So like I'm looking at what we did before, like these settings, and we'll probably use, even though I just did them, I'll probably do these a little bit simpler. Maybe not. There's some benefit the way how they were done. All right, so let's actually start with that. We're gonna need add new folder settings, and here we can pretty much copy and paste this one, this one, this one, and this one. Copy and then paste them. I'll just have to change the namespace. The right one, yeah. that there. And also fix that namespace because I accidentally had a small s before. Boy, this song is like really different from everything else that's been on. So I normally do genres, but tonight I did a mood and I did the running because I was expecting, hey Pete, how you doing? Pick a play yourself, number of players 0. You know, if I keep this name, if I keep the Whopper name, we're gonna have to do something like that on the Twitch stuff, right? All right, let's see here. Let me just. Too many files with the same name. All right, let me just fix these namespaces. All right. Everything else I'm gonna leave as is. Like I say, if we keep up with that name, this is the kind of cool part about the fact, you know, because they are open source and all open. I mean, you have all, you know, I mean, this is, you know, well, who net manages, but I mean, you know, I mean, these are, you know, meeting notes, right? I mean, this used to be private stuff that, you know, MVPs wouldn't even necessarily be privy to. All right, so, and then sure enough, we can just copy those in. We could eventually change this maybe, but I kind of like the way how I broke those out like that. I do and I don't, right? Because it kind of puts it all over the place, right? Yeah, or it gives us so much stuff more. All right. Now I'm gonna copy this constructor that we had. We're gonna call it Whopper now. Roll McBee and Whopper. No, not fast food. Cheers. So, and then the nice part is, I mean, this is basically bringing in dependency injection, right? So we're injecting those dependencies. Right here, they're just setting files, but you know, it's nice, right? So the Whopper class doesn't need to know where those settings come from. It just gets those settings. All right, and then sure enough, no matter what, we're gonna need these two values. I can get rid of this comment there. You're going to need to bring in the Twitch lib. These are actually in different classes there. So there, we've got that. Actually, we can take this off because we're using C#9. And then we're going to copy the connect, but we're actually not going to have, we're going to take some stuff out. Okay, so those all make sense. I'm actually going to make this one line. I know people don't like that, but it kind of brings it all together with this, you know, because these are just creating event handlers, right? And I'll handle the red squigglies here in a second. And for now, I'm just going to delete those. And then we're now going to create these event handlers. I'm going to leave them as not implemented for the moment. This is also going into, you know, I talked about at the beginning of the stream, because that was what, 4 hours ago, or Yeah, 4 hours ago. We talked about not those notes. These notes. Making these commands more generic, right? It's like somehow I have another. I wrote a command on Friday for shout out, and I was actually creating a whole other class. I was going to do that from the next command, right? I really want to make these more generic so I can, they're configurable, right? And really, I guess by generic I should say configurable, right? There's really a better way of saying it, right? So that's the reason why I'm not just copying directly over, right? I'm gonna take kind of a little bit slower approach to this. But we definitely need those things. And I'm gonna come back to filling those out. I am gonna need the timer, because we know we're gonna do. We know we're gonna need this timer. That's not the only thing I need. I also need this one here. Whoops. And instead of calling this timer, let's just call it timer. I mean, sure, I could call it Whopper timer, but timer actually simpler, and really what it is just the timer that we're using. And I'm going to need a private int timer. I called it elapsed before. Let's call it timer elapsed. Or I called it total, I'm sorry. Let's call it timer elapsed. If I can type elapsed. All right. Basically, how many seconds has this been running? That's what I'm looking at, right? And again, the reason why I'm putting this value here is just so I don't have a hard-coded value. I mean, it's still not a hard-coded value, right? It's hard-coded right there, but this makes it more distinct, right? It also means when I'm looking, what did I set it to? It's a whole lot easier to find that value, right? All right, and then let's go ahead into here. I'm actually going to, I'm going to do it down here. I'm just going to copy that. Now, again, this is renamed to timer. Thank you, Scott. Surprised the spell check didn't catch that. Why? Timer does not contain. Sure it does. What the hell? This is wrong there. This is just because we don't have the method yet. Cannot convert int callback. What is this? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I've got the wrong timer object in here. There's two different timers in .NET Core. there is system threading and there's system timers. I'm using system timers. All right, and then this is going to be on timer elapsed. Okay. I think, well, so I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, this is, I've got, oh, why, goodness gracious. I don't know why my stuff is not opening up. Actually, what all do I need in here? I don't need any of these tabs. Hold on a second, let me look at that, because I am a little bit confused why I have spell check in here, or I should. What in the world? All right, you all know I had spell check in here because you've asked what the purple squigglies are. Weird. That is just weird. So Pete, you know, I mean, this is like usually one of the first extensions I install. I don't know why it wasn't there. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Maybe I should install this later. I don't need that one. I do have another Visual Studio open up. We can just, okay, there we go. I did have another copy of Visual Studio open up. That's just weird. I'm gonna have to check to see what other extensions I normally use are not there. But which, at least every couple streams, I get someone asking, "What's that purple squiggly line?" Or magenta, right? It's a, well, magenta is purple. Oh, it's a reddish purple. Oh, for heaven's sakes. I think this goes back to don't update the, yeah. Well, and Scott, you're not the only one who's asked that. I get that. Like I said, I get asked that every once in a while. This goes back up to my rule. Don't update Visual Studio on stream. Come on. This is not a big extension. I thought this would go pretty quickly. And while this is doing, let me see what else I got open up. Kind of clean some things up here. I think that's about it. We don't need Opera right now. We're probably not going to get to the point where we... There we go. Because we're probably not going to get to the point where we're actually going to test anything tonight. Still loading. There we go. All right. Okay. Now we're back. All right. So I think we have. I think we now have what we need the initial stuff we need. I mean, I need to fill. I mean, obviously, I've got. Oh, we should turn that back on, or put that code back in. That should be in the connect. Actually, should be on the connect. We were doing this, setting the bot timer in the connect method, but really that all makes sense because we have to, that's all, you know, setting these here makes sense. This is where we're actually initialize it, but we should do this in the initializer, or the constructor. Not that. Set. Actually, we should also rename that. It's not bot timer anymore. Actually call it initialize timer. I like that name better. Okay, so there, now we're doing that in the initializer. And then on this on elapsed, let's see here. For now, the only thing we're going to do is have a bot timer total, bot timer, timer, no, what did I call this? Timer, timer elapsed. Timer elapsed equals, or plus plus. Now, one thing about that, that's actually a little bit confusing. That is an integer. Let me try something here. Private timestamp, time span, timer elapsed to, and then timer elapsed to add timer interval. All right, because this is asking for, no, that's asking, oh, that's the time span. I thought there was a, I thought you could add like seconds to it. C#, time span, add seconds. Yeah, there's a property. Why was I not seeing that? .NET 5. No, that's the seconds property. Oh, no, hold on. Never mind, that's not the right one. You can use add seconds like, well, that's, because that only allows me to add a time span, which that's a little more annoying to do what I'm trying to do. So, oh, okay, well, I guess then if you do new time span, Timer, not timer elapsed. Timer interval. Okay, well, okay, I guess, okay. That was a really long way of me doing that. But yeah, let's do it that way. Get rid of this. Timer elapsed. Actually, but I'm realizing something here. The constructor you're using uses ticks instead of seconds. Well, timer interval actually is. Oh wait, no, ticks. It's milliseconds. But actually, I was just thinking about something here. Timer hasn't elapsed. No. Timer, does it not? Elapses an event. Interval, auto reset. Actually interesting, you can't get the value out of that. Like what is it's currently set up. But yes, you are right, because I did milliseconds and not ticks. But yeah, that returns that. Yeah, and I would use that. So I guess I would need to do timer elapsed. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I see what I'm doing. Add that. There we go. Yeah, because this actually would not have worked. Well, it would have worked, but it wouldn't have gotten the results I wanted. There we go. All right. Now, if we look at what we did before, there's a bunch of other code. But we're probably I'm gonna handle it. I don't know yet how I'm gonna do it. We're gonna handle this differently because again, we want this to be configurable, right? We want this to, although, and this is where I'm then gonna extend some stuff, right? So like bricks, the bricks with Chad will inherit this, and we'll do something different with on timer elapse, right? Which means this needs to be, yeah. I mean, I'll have to make some changes once I get to that point. All right. So we could probably just, well, oh, okay, let's get, well, no, let's just copy the way how we got it right now, and we'll see what we're missing. So on Twitch client on disconnected, but copy what we did before. We're gonna get a couple things here. So we're gonna want stay connected. We're gonna want reconnect start. But now reconnect start. Oh, now this is going to be. Where am I ever setting reconnect start? Oh, right here. All right, so this is going to be timer elapsed dot total seconds. Why is it not liking that? Cannot explicitly double to int. So I have to make this a where did it go? Further up. This needs to be a double. I knew eventually I was going to make one of those doubles. All right, so then this will be, well, that minus my cooldown. Now, admittedly, normally I would keep all my constants together, but what I'm really doing here, I'm keeping groups of variables together, right? Like these are all stuff related to the timer. These are all related to the reconnection handling, right? So that's the reason why there's kind of that weird formatting there. And like I said, normally I put all my constants together, but this is where these variables are, they have different sets of meanings. All right, so on disconnect this, look at here a little bit more. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, we've already tested that code. We just slightly changed it to match the changes we made elsewhere. All right, on log is gonna be real simple as just that. Although I'm gonna change this console.writeLine. I think. Yeah, because we probably want to handle it differently. I don't know if I want maybe like implement like an iLogger and then send it to the log. Because one might be a console, one might be a Windows app, one might be a web app, right? It's let me come back to that. I mean, I'm coming back to it in like 2 minutes. Of course, that is going to impact this on connected that's doing this. We're going to add class. Come on. Console helper. And I was about to make this internal, but I'm actually going to make this public, public static. All right. Actually, I can just copy. Because actually, way I'm gonna move this is like the console app that potentially is using this library I'm building. We use this instead, right? All right, now back to the bot. That fixed that error. All right, so see, Loki, you were saying you recently used which contained so yeah, I'm thinking about using that, right? Because it's got like log information, log warning. Oh, that's what you said at the bottom. Yeah, I'm actually, that's what I was thinking about. So when I said I'm coming back there in a couple minutes, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so let's see here. Disconnect is taken care of. Chat command received, I'm not going to deal with yet. I want it in there. And more important, I want the error, so if I get to the point where I start testing stuff and it's not working, that's a good thing. All right. Last thing I need here, I need one more method. we're gonna bring over our disconnect method. Oh, these should be public. And again, this will be timer. And again, this is just exposing it, right? So we clean up that memory, right? All right, so really the only thing we haven't implemented from the original, right, is which there's quite a bit in there, but the chat command received, and it really, the elapsed timer, right? I've incremented the timer elapsed, but I need to do a bunch of more stuff with that, right? So yeah, I gotta admit, I've used iLogger. I don't know if I've ever actually implemented iLogger. So I think this should be as simple as, I'm gonna put it right here, public iLogger. Well, that's my logger. And then actually we do want that, and this is going to be, this is not public, this is going to be a private. I typed it in private. Should be able to do timer dot yeah, Scott, I was actually getting ready to go back to that. Because I think you're right there. So let's see here. Yeah, so yeah, I like that. That's definitely cleaner. I gotta admit, I sometimes forget about all these little shortcuts. And we're gonna create that, and then let's clean this up here. We're getting quite a few settings in here, which is cool. iLogger Whopper. See, that's where I'm. The type whose name is used, maybe. I gotta admit, I use iLogger all the time. It's not like it, but I don't normally. Not usually things that they're implemented, right? All right, and then then logger equals logger. Probably means, yeah, that's where I was going. That's where I was saying that probably means I need to change that. There we go. Curious what the. Okay. So now, what we're gonna do is, yeah, so like right here on this disconnected, we're gonna have a logger dot log. This will be information. Actually, I don't remember what all I have. I have information. I have debug. excuse me, error warning. This should probably be a warning. Because you may or may not want to debug it, or to, yeah, and then bot disconnected. Whopper disconnected. And actually, if I'm gonna do that, name of Whopper. Anyway, if I rename this, I don't have to remember that I did that. All right. So that gets rid of that. All right, Sean, you have an awesome evening. It's early for you. What's you're getting old, man. It's only 11:30 your time. All right, what was I gonna say? All right, so yeah, there we're logging that. And it's bad when an older man is telling you you're getting to be an old man. All right, and then here, I mean, I'm guessing this will be information. Attempting to reconnect. But just don't sleep. That's what I do, right? Sure enough, that is one of my tricks. I go to bed so late that I'm exhausted, and so I sleep throughout the night. Okay, yeah. And then in here, this is going to be console. Now this is going to be not console. Logger. Oh, luckily my allergies are not acting up today. They were yesterday. Oh my goodness. And we're gonna log. This is gonna be a log information. And again, we'll name of Whopper connected. And really, the reason why I'm doing this is I really do like the name Whopper. I think I'm gonna stick with it. But if I decide to change it, I don't have to remember later on. Because later on, I'm like, why? If I change it, I'll be like, why in the world is this Whopper coming up here, right? Although I really don't think I'm gonna change it. All right, this is gonna be log information. What does debug? Formats and writes a debug message. This really is a debug.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Doom Boomer. How you doing? Yes, C#. That is what we work on in here. Hey, thank you for following. I really appreciate that. How's your day been going? As you see, we're working C#. We're working on a Twitch bot. This is gonna be one of the. It's funny. Tons of work, tons of Twitch streams doing Twitch bots. This is gonna be one of the few ones. I know at least someone else who wrote in C#. I think we have a few ones where it's actually done in C# instead of JavaScript. And sure enough, to remember, I'm assuming you just joined on here a little bit ago. We, along with working on the Twitch bot, we're also working on whatchamacallit. We've gotten something written, but now we're cleaning up and we're making it better formatted, right? So we know what can work, but now it's like, hey, how can we make this even better, right? Well, you know, Pete's Pizzeria, or Pete, I don't know why I keep on saying your full name there. You know, today, all right, so my job, I'm director of architecture, right? Well, my title is IT architecture director, which I think is backwards, but at any rate, and so in my job, which I'm in my 5th week, right? So I'm still trying to figure out what my job is. But I own the architecture for the company, right? The IT architecture, and I get a Teams message from one of the team leads, right? And he's like, "Hey, you got 10 minutes?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." All right, and so he calls me up and he's like, "Hey, I'm looking at some code that the contracting company did, and like I just don't know about this, right?" And I'm like, "All right, well, let's see what it is, right?" And sure enough, so it's an MVC, you know, ASP.NET MVC, ASP.NET Core MVC app, right? Which I would argue it might have been better to do Razor pages. As I've said at least once tonight, I really am thinking about trying to some of the other stuff we're going to do it in Blazor. I'm really debating that right now. But so they wrote to this MVC, which that's fine. I mean, they went from an ASP.NET MVC, right? You know, so they went to an ASP.NET Core MVC. So that makes sense. But what they did was they pass in an empty model, and then they use JavaScript Ajax to populate everything, and it makes like 16 calls, right? You know, and it's slow. It's all get out. And it was, you know, it's funny because basically they're going from a product that was built internally, right, for the internal use, and then they're rebuilding it so that they could sell it to other similar companies, right? Which is a very interesting concept. Part of the reason I enjoy that, I mean, they've already got customers, right? So, you know, they're technically, well, they're not technically a competitor. Well, no, actually one is technically a competitor. They're using their products, although actually not technically, because it is the weird part of how the company is structured. But at any rate, yeah, I was, but yeah, because the guy was like, well, look, I haven't done SaaS before, right? So I don't know if this is some SaaS thing, but this just looked right to me. Like, there's no reason to, because of this being SaaS, that we need to have horrible performance. Now, the bad part is, so can I quote you on that? And I'm like, well, be a little bit careful what you say about what I said, but yeah. All right, there we go. We got all the console stuff out. That's what we wanted to do. So let's start talking about, because that's just the base of all this stuff, right? I mean, this doesn't do anything other than connect to, all this does right now is connect to Twitch, all right? So that I can then make API calls. Doesn't do anything else. On this class, right? Like I said, we've got the others that are doing stuff. So now I'm going to start looking at some of my notes here, because I want to start thinking about, this whole idea, this make commands more generic. So I'm going to work on a command first, and then I'm going to come back to the timer. This timer, I think, is going to be a little bit more work than the command. And I don't think I'm going to finish the command tonight. So, like I said, I wrote, this is just my scratch notes, double-sided on command stuff of what I think it needs. Also, I mean, I cheated. I looked at what like Stream Elements and Streamlabs is doing. I didn't look at like Nightbot, what it's doing, but I think I noticed they're almost the same with Streamlabs and what Stream Elements is doing, right? So, which is why I think it's perfectly fine to be copying. So, I think what we're going to have, okay, we need to have a property, right? So this is going to have stuff like, command name, permission, right, response, a couple other values, right? So that's excuse me. Let's go in here. Let's add a class. And we're going to call this, once Visual Studio catches up, we're going to call this chat command. Just thinking about my name there. Yeah, I mean, I can always rename it later. Public. And so this, okay, like I said, we're gonna have public string command name. Actually, we can just call it name. Public string. You know, I think we can do, well, I'm gonna leave it in a set for right now. I'm gonna probably, no, let's try to change it to the knit. No, we'll do set. Because we're gonna allow changes after the fact, I think. All right, I need my next property, I need an enum. So we're gonna say user permission. And again, this is gonna be a public enum. And we're gonna have the values we're gonna have in here. Hold on a second. I might have wrote. Hold on a second, Pete. Let me look for a note here real quick. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't write another note. I think I just wrote it in there. I think you use the prop snippet there to boilerplate code for a property like that. Oh yeah. Yes, God knows I'm horrible about using snippets. I really want to use snippet more, but it just doesn't come to my mind. Yes, you could. You definitely could. All right. All right. So we're gonna have our user permissions. So we're gonna have everyone, and that's gonna be 0. I really don't care about the other numbers, right? But since I gave that a number, and there's a reason why I gave that first one a number. Now, let me type these out here real quick. VIP equals 3. Moderator equals 4. And then broadcaster equals 5. Although, actually, you know what? I don't have to set these values. I do want to set everyone. I don't need to set these values though. You know, it's funny when snippets first came out. I was all into them, and I had some extensions for them, and like there were a lot. I don't know, when I moved to C#, I just stopped using snippets. I did a lot of them in VB. Wrote snippets even, right? I don't know. All right, so the reason why I set the reason why I set this to 0, right, is it basically makes it the default value, right? And I'm sure it's the default value. Actually, I think it's 0 by default. Now that I think about it, I think it's when you don't set the value. I think it's when you do set the values, you want that. Now that I think about it more. All right. So we add this user permission. Now we're gonna we are going to do. Yeah, I was starting as I was starting to say it. I'm like, oh goodness, come on. Well, this extension is taking its time. Oh, why is it coming up? Why are you? That's the reason why it took so long. All right. Represents the different user permission types. Yeah, and so sure, I know what I was thinking of. What I was thinking about, if, let's say I had, well, I forget. There was some reason why sometimes you want to set that, but I forgot what it is. All right, so this will be everyone has permission to perform a task. So I'm just adding some documentation here. Only subscribers have permission to perform a task. That is Ghost Doc, which I have a love-hate relationship. Sometimes it slows down Visual Studio, but it does. You're not really seeing it here. Wait till I go back over the other class, and you'll see it actually. Well, I could also set it up some more. Only regulars have permission to perform a task. I used to have this set up nicer for Ghost Doc, but only VIPs have permission to perform a task. And actually, I'm going to say 4 above. Not there. 4 above. All right, just a second. I know this is so fun, so much fun to watch someone write some doco here, but you know, I mean, sure enough, I am putting this out on GitHub, right? I don't know if anyone actually will end up using this. Maybe. I mean, you know, so I'm trying to make it useful for others. And obviously, broadcaster is the highest level, at least that we have access to. I mean, sure enough, actually, what Twitch staff have a higher level, but we can't get to that. So sure enough, you know, when I come back to here, all the name is pretty darn simple, but it'll actually, you know, kind of get some more of the values. I need to go back in here. I keep on meaning to do this. I can actually set it that it will the name of the chat command. So there is actually logic in here. So if I go to tools, Ghost Doc, where is one of my options? All right, I can go in here. Yeah, on the rules, I can actually put a whole bunch of stuff in here. And I had it all set, and I lost the setting file. But one of these days, I'm gonna spend some time recreating that, and then like put it in GitHub or something, so I don't lose it. All right. At any rate, we're gonna have now we're gonna have user permission, and then we're gonna say, actually, we're just gonna say user permission. Get set. And I usually document after I write the class. Or, well, when I'm doing something like this. All right, so what else do I want? I want string response. This is what it's gonna what actually respond to. We're gonna have bool is enabled online or when online. To keep in line with what you're doing with the name of Whopper, you might want to add your chat command, a link to chat command instead of having it in plain text. A link to, oh, you're talking about this here. With this name, I'm pretty, I don't think I'm well, I don't think you can do. Yeah, see, I can't do this. That's not available in the notes because it's just text. It's just a remark. It's just a formatted remark. Right? Is basically the way I think about that. So not a bad idea. All right. Yes, Scott, I don't know. I mean, it generates an XML tag, but this is just a copy. That third, so it's going to generate an XML tag. But this itself is not an XML tag. This is just text in the file, in the class file. All right, public bool is enabled when, well, C does something different. So C, that's going to give me a reference, right? So that actually would give me a link. I mean, so I could, well, okay. I mean, what this would do, yes, this would do it. I mean, basically it would be like that. But of the chat command, really what I meant to do with this, I didn't really mean to. Yeah, so if I kept that as I had it, right? It would, right? So now, bot command, right? So it would, right? But in reality, really what I want, I know I had it typed, the syntax, I had capital C, capital F. I really just wanted that simple text. Yes, it would mean if I rename this class, I would have to come up with it. But honestly, the Whopper thing was just, Whopper is a little bit of a silly name, right? So I might eventually change the name, although like I said, I'm really liking the idea. But that's the reason why I did that in there. Whereas like chat command, I did say, well, I could always rename it. But if I do, I think I'm making some other changes. So it's not a bad point, right? Not at all, actually. What does the value in C do? So basically, all right, if you think of, let's look at like, well, the string is a horrible, So if we go to like, why all day? This is actually not good. Let me, I don't know, I'm trying to find something. Come on. What can I go to? Let me go to like, here we go. That's not what I meant to go to. All right, so basically, well, I mean, this is a method, right? But instead of a property, but it there is a value. I mean, so basically, it creates something like it'll say value, right? They're generally very similar. The difference is that it's supposed to say value and then double, and then your description, right? So that's where the difference is. You know, actually, I think if I do, hold on a second, let's go. If I go here, now I have not used this I haven't used this window in a while. Refresh. Oh, I probably need to save it. What in the world? Maybe I need to be on there. Now refresh. There we go. So here's where you see where it's doing, right? So here's the summary, right? And then you have field value, and then it's adding that value, right? So basically, you know, you're telling it to return a string, and that's why I have it in a C. The C is a code representing the name of chat command. Now, I also, where in the world, where did my, well, oh, never mind. I pulled out the whole window. I didn't realize that. There we go. You could also do like C string. All right, that's actually very legitimate. Yeah, well, it's very, you know, it's allowed, right? Refresh, and now it's a link. And normally you'll see me like I'll do like, well, like here when I do this one. You know, I will say, you know, gets or sets a, well, here, I'll come back to that. You know, here I'll say a C user permission representing the minimum permission level. No, you don't need that dash. Level required to execute the command. All right. And now, you know, I don't know why it's put in brackets. It shouldn't be. And I don't know if that's just a preview. But now it's doing that. It'll go to the documentation for that. If this, you know, in this preview, it's not going to link it to it. But the general habit I've gotten into is my primitive types. I generally just do, and I got this, actually, curious, why? I don't know why my links decide to always go in the other browser window. Oh yeah, there you go. So generally what I found, and I've seen this from Microsoft, right? Is they don't link to the primitive types. And technically string is not a primitive type, but we treat it like a primitive type. All right, what time is it? 1:02. All right, we'll need to wrap up here pretty soon. It is getting late. All right, so we've got this is enabled online, is enabled offline. So can you do the command when, you know, when we're streaming and when we're not streaming? Actually, I think, you know, I'm gonna call this when streaming. Okay, when not streaming. Sure enough, Stream Elements and Stream Labs both said online, offline, but I like that better. All right. Okay, I need, let's see, we're gonna have another enum, and this one is gonna be, we're gonna call this live offline. Now I still like when streaming, when not streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like how I've got it for now. I'm gonna call this what do I want? This is gonna be command response type. I don't know why. I usually don't put white space in my enums. All right, so then it's gonna be we're gonna have say, reply, and whisper. Yes, it is. I would have maybe eventually noticed that. I'm gonna say, sure enough, for those who weren't here at the beginning, I'm trying out a new font. Thank you. Oh, it was interesting. Why didn't spell check pick that up? I am trying out this. This is the JetBrains mono font, and so far I'm liking it. Yes, so it's got ligatures in it to handle that. So, all right, I actually was going to put documentation later on this, but all right, let's represents the possible command response types. That's actually a pretty horrible description. All right, so this is the command will say the response in chat. All right, so I know my spell checker is working. This will be the command will reply to the requester in chat, and then this will be the command will reply to the requester in a whisper. Okay. I actually I was gonna write the documentation later, but actually that kind of helped me explain what I'm doing. Now we're gonna have public command response type get set. All right, we're gonna have, and I don't know how they implement this yet. Command cost. What am I doing? Public int command cost. Right. So using points to call a command, to execute a command. I have not found in the Twitch lib how to do that.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Purge Time. I appreciate that follow. I haven't found that yet in the Twitch lib where you do that, but I'll figure. We'll get to that point. All right, we're gonna have public int user cooldown. Get set, right? So can't have, so someone can't necessarily call something immediately right afterwards, and then we're gonna have a global.
Thank you for following.
Cooldown.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Yeah, they're def not hacking. Like I admit, when I get 2 follows so quickly, I do wonder. We've been hit with bots so much recently, but def not hacking. That's not a bot. Well, it could be a bot name, but that's not. That's a name someone actually thought about, right? Not these bot names that just come up, they use almost always it's 3 words. And usually, they have no meaning with, next to each other. All right, then we're gonna have, we've got a name. Would Prince be a bot name? Well, tell you what, getting Prince on Twitch would be pretty good. Now you got my curiosity. See, this is what I love, right? A name like Prince, right? And I'm not giving any I'm not giving any shade, but just 29 followers, right? It's not like someone who's wow, no, active since 2020. Interesting. I mean, you would think a name like that would have been, you're a sophisticated bot. Well, we're all sophisticated bots. No, sure enough, Death Not Hacking. Over the last, we got hit with a bot earlier tonight. Speaking of words, I made a clip earlier, but never linked. Actually, I think the Twitch clips are not filtered, even when someone filters links. Because I know I was on someone's TLW Dubois, right, which is Corey Weathers. I was on his channel, and I noticed someone had sent a link, and it got it was denied. But he said something funny, and I clipped it, and I posted it, and it actually posted, right? So I think Twitch actually allows that, even if it's not through there. And sure enough, Twitch uses 3 words that mean nothing next to each other. All right, next thing I need here. Oh, we got the name. Hold on, I want to think about this. I got the name. Now, normally Twitch does both Stream Elements and Streamlabs. The name of the command is basically the command, right? Prince bot. Yeah. So, for example, a command like, no problem. A command like, hold on a second, Def Not Hacking. So a command like SO, right? The name is SO, right? But what I really I would like to actually have this, call this a shout out, right? I think it's one of the things that they're kind of missing, right? So, all right. What do you do for a living? I saw C# in the description and got curious. My job's all Java, really. So I am. So my job, I don't write that much C# code. Because I don't write. Well, that's not true. I write a lot of prototypes. So I'm director of IT architecture for a company called Atria Senior Louis. So when you want to list a name, so are you talking about for the different possible names or for the different commands, Scott? Well, here this is representing an individual command. So no, not here. But the reason why I was thinking about this is the next property I was getting. Yes, I am getting ready to do that, Scott. That's actually what was making me think about this name. Was what I was noticing. Hold on, let me finish. So sure enough, my job is writing prototypes and documentation and so forth, and figuring out the technologies we're going to use and everything. But in that, I've been doing C# since. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Purge Time. I've been writing C# since day one, right? Since C# came out back in 2000. Well, actually, it came out in 2001, but I was doing some work with it in 2000. And before that, I was doing VB. I've been programming for a very long time. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have this command, but then I'm gonna have a public string. Well, with that being said, yeah. Now I've kind of figured out what I want to call this. So then we're gonna have public, we are gonna have a list of string, and this is gonna be command, actually we'll just call it aliases. Yeah, we'll call it commands. No, I think we'll. Been working on C# since about when I was born. Yeah, well, so just put in perspective. I mean, you know, I started writing code when I was, you know, back in the 70s. So. Well, there you go. Then you started at an earlier age than I did. I started coding when I was about 7. All right, we'll call it command aliases. All right, and so these will be the different, you know. So like, you know, SO or shout out, or even call out. Right? I mean, you know, we could have different ones. I agree with you. Shout out's kind of a bad example because, you know, I only allow moderators, and generally I recommend streamers only allow moderators and above, right? Because the shout out means something, right? Although it's funny, you know, you listen to some of these folks who stream about streaming, right? And, you know, giving you tips and all stuff, and most of the stuff they talk about is really good. But like, a couple months ago, someone, you know, and someone who I respect really well, was like, "Oh, shout outs don't do you any good. You don't get anything out of shout outs, right?" And I'm like, I don't believe that, right? Because, you know, not every time I get my name shouted out, because number one, I don't know every time I get my name shouted out, but I, you know, but like, for example, I was watching someone stream earlier today, and who's been a friend of mine for 11 years, yeah, 10, 11 years. But he shouted me out, right? Because actually, someone came in, was surprised that guy was doing C# here. I will shout him out. Not just because he shouted me out already, but because here's someone else who does stream C#, especially more advanced C#, right? But yeah, you know, not only clicking on the shout out links, but like, you know, so, you know, Chris did a shout out to me, and sure enough, lo and behold, I had a follower, right? I got, you know, someone followed me out of that, right? So, you know, another person who might eventually, you know, I mean, just because you follow doesn't mean you're actually going to view. And I think it's part of what that stream advisor was kind of giving you, right? You know, a follower doesn't equal a viewer, all that kind of stuff. Although, look, I could have well, 0 viewers. I don't want to do it for, but yeah, I could have 1 viewer and I'd still be here. Let me know. I have done a presentation to, well, here's the thing. I think the thing about shout outs, and I think their point was, and again, most of these folks who are streaming about streaming, right? They're really, yeah, exactly. But most of these streamers are talking about you know, these streamers talking about streaming. They're really giving advice to gamer streamers, because, I mean, look, that's what Twitch mostly is, right? There are definitely, yes, same thing with 37. No, I think you might have commented before I even said it. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, and there's definitely a difference between a gamer streamer and a you know, a live coding stream, right? So there's a lot of similarities too, but there's a lot of differences. All right, let's see here. What else do I got in my notes? Oh, okay. This command cost, I'm gonna do this different because I like the way how, I think I got this from Streamlabs. They have a, no, I appreciate it. It really does help. No, it does not upset me. That's why I also hope when I say no, it definitely doesn't upset me. But I also hope, I was thinking about this earlier, right? You gave a suggestion. I forgot what it was, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I liked what I did, and it is enabled when streaming and it is enabled when not streaming. You talk about live and offline, which actually were good suggestions. But it was like, oh, I like this one, right? But no, sure enough. Lost your patience with losing. No, definitely. I don't. It's pretty hard for me to lose my patience. Number one. All right. So in here, we're gonna split this out here. So we're gonna have a base cost. We're gonna have a subscriber cost. We're gonna have a VIP cost, and we're gonna have a moderator cost. And of course, these are ideas. I could say, call the command for a regular user, cost 1,000 channel points, right? So channel points, right? It's channel points. Here we can the base cost in channel points to execute the command, right? Whereas like here, the subscriber cost is the cost. I should say based cost. Oh, this is supposed to say in channel points, right? And this would be like the cost in channel points for a subscriber to execute the command. So like, I don't do this right now, right? But there could be a thing like, hey, to do this command, for a regular person, for someone who's just started watching or what have you, right? It's 1,000 points, right? Channel points. But maybe for subscribers, since they're subscribing, they're giving more to the channel already, we'll make it 700 points or what have you, right? I mean, that's what that's allowing for. I haven't figured that out yet, rewards. I haven't found that. So I'm using TwitchLib, which is a library, makes it very easy. Now with that being said, I haven't scoured the whole API or the whole SDK it provides, so I don't know yet. But I'm at least setting this up so I can do it. The funny thing is, I don't do these yet, although I have some ideas of some things I want to do later on, and you're definitely going to have to pay to use the commands. Let's see, is it possible to channel port rewards depending on subscribe? Yes, I believe so. Well, I'll say this. Well, you know what? There might not be. You know why? Oh, see, rewards. I'm glad you said that. Because you know what I'm looking at? Let's see here. I thought I had Streamlabs open up. Well, oh, I wanted to save that. That was open for a reason. You know what? What it really is, I think you are right. You can refund. Yes, you can definitely refund. I don't know. But you know what I was looking at here? I'll show you exactly what I was looking at. I'm glad Rewards asked me about that. Because now I realized where to go. CloudBot. And sure enough, if you look at commands, if you add a command in their advanced, they have these, right? This is loyalty cost, right? Which is something separate, right? Stream Elements says the same thing. You can have this loyalty, right? Like an enable loyalty. I hope I didn't just do something disable. So it's actually, yeah, it's actually using their thing. That's a good point. I'm glad I looked at it. So I'm glad you asked me about that. Now I know, yes, channel point, yeah, channel points is something different. Now I know I can, some of the stuff I want to do, I know I can have a trigger based upon, I guess that's you set it up in Twitch, like this costs X number of there, and I don't know if you can set that up by, but that's cool. All right, no, okay, good point. I'm glad that came up. All right, so that's actually what I need. All right, so we have user permission, the response. Enable when streaming, enable when not streaming, command response type, which in other words, are you going to say it in the, in there? Are you going to respond to the user? Right. So, say it just, foo, whereas, a reply is, where it says @scod, foo, right. Or it has the ability to do a whisper. And then we have the user cooldown, global cooldown, and command aliases. So this is what I need to configure. Just trying to think of the, excuse me, if there's anything else here that I'm not thinking of. You're making bots yourself? Cool. Yeah, so what this is all based on, so when 2729 so one profit should be enough. No, because basically when I'm allowing it, so the thinking here is, now I will say, I mean, you might not be wrong, because actually the way how they do it is a radio button, right? Because the way how both of them do it, they say, online, offline, or both, right? But here, this, is enable when you're streaming, because I could turn it off when you're, so maybe a command is only available. Maybe like a command of, when's the next time I'm gonna stream, so next stream time or what have you, right? Yeah, exactly. All right. So I tell you what, I think at this point, I'm going to call it the night. It is going on 1:30 my time. I do have to get up in the morning. I do have meetings. I am working from home tomorrow. I go to the office a couple times a week, but tomorrow's not one of my days. Hey everyone, I really enjoyed. Let's see who we can raid. If I can ever find, like, here's what I was looking for. Well, rewards, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I mean, I really do appreciate folks saying that, Oh, is there? I know that can't be right. Okay, there we go. Okay, there's Alka who's going to be doing TaleLearnCode. Yeah, let's go to. Because I don't know of anyone else who's going to. Let me look real quick. Let me look at my people I'm following, but most everyone I'm following that would be streaming right now. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so we're gonna go over to Alka. Actually, I was watching him the other night. He was doing a pretty good job. So everyone, again, like I said, I really do appreciate you joining. I appreciate all the followers we got tonight. We got quite a few followers tonight. Even without the bot, we got quite a few followers. Y'all have an awesome day or awesome night, depending on where you're at. And I'll be back Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Thanks all.